Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Testing. 1 2 3. Testing. 1 2 3. Testing. 1 2 3. Testing. 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Testing. 1 2 3. Testing. 1 2 3. Testing. 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Testing. 1 2 3. 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 Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. This is a broadcast of Pacers basketball presented on the Athletics Communications Department of the Pacers Sports Network. Fans, as always, for the latest news and updates from your Pacers, please visit GoPeacePacers.com. You can also like the Pacers on Facebook or follow them on Instagram and Twitter at GoPeacePacers. Welcome back inside the home where it is doubleheader Tuesday before we set forward for Thanksgiving break for WPU students, as we have the home opener once again. This time we change it to your WPU women's basketball team, and it's also the USA South Conference opener for your Pacers basketball team as well, as they host the visiting Methodist University Monarchs. Later tonight, your men's basketball team is back in action as they host non-conference opponent, the Ferrum College Panthers. But for right now on the Pacers Sports Network, we are getting you ready for your WPU women's basketball team home opener of the 21-22 season campaign on the Pacer pregame show. Last year, your WPU women's basketball team had an overall record of 10-5 in the shortened spring season. They finished 9-5 in USA South Conference play and finished second overall in the East. And under head coach Marquita Dickens in her second season, she is looking to continue her impressive campaign, leading the helm for your WPU women's basketball team. Again, your Pacers and their home opener and USA South Conference opener hosts the visiting Methodist University Monarchs. Both teams coming to this evening's matchup with an overall record of 1-3 for the season. The Pacers play in two scrimmages that were closed off to the public, and they began their season on the road in Lynchburg, Virginia, where they faced the University of Lynchburg Hornets, losing that game by a final score of 76-59. The women's Pacers will pick up their first win of the season the following day, Saturday, November 13th, as they traveled on the road once again up I-95 to Baltimore, Maryland, where they faced Notre Dame of Maryland University and defeated the Gators by a final score of 55-72. Last week, the Pacers traveled down the road down Blunt Street as they faced the St. Augustine's University Falcons, falling to the Falcons by a final score of 81-55. And then the following Saturday, once again at St. Augustine's University, they faced another in-town opponent, the Charlotte University Bears, falling to the Bears by a final score of 75-67. Last year during the shortened spring season when the Pacers faced the Monarchs, they defeated the Monarchs both times in impressive fashion. In the first match, which took place on February 26th, the Pacers defeated the Monarchs right here in the Herm by a final score of 170-60. Then that following weekend, they traveled down to Fayetteville where they defeated the Monarchs once again by a final score of 105-80. Again, your Pacers last season under head coach Marquita Dickens in her first season leading the program, finishing an overall record of 10-5 for the shortened spring season, 9-5 in USA South Conference play, and they finished second overall in the East. The Pacers looking to continue their season and to get back on the winning side of things, as they currently have a .250 win percentage. They come into their home opener on a two-game losing streak. They are currently 1-2 on the road, 0-1 in neutral sites. But they have a good opportunity to get back on track and pick up their second win of the season and their first win inside the Herm as they get ready to tip off against the Methodist University Monarchs. This is the Pacer pregame show. Again, it's doubleheader Tuesday for your WPU basketball programs. We're getting you set for your women's basketball team home opener and USA South Conference opener against the visiting Methodist University Monarchs. Your men's basketball team is in action later on as they host non-conference opponent, the Ferrum College Panthers. Tip-off coming shortly after this game concludes. So we got a long night ahead on the Pacers Sports Network. And for myself, your host, Graham Hill, it's a marathon, not a sprint. But we're happy to be with you inside the Herm and back here on the Pacer Sports Network for coverage of your William Peace basketball teams. We're going to take our first break. When we come back, we're going to have quotes from head coach Marquita Dickens before the Pacers home opener against the Methodist University Monarchs. It's coming up right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Welcome back inside the Herm on the Pacer pregame show as we get ready for your WPU women's basketball team home opener and conference opener as they face the visiting opponents coming up the road from Fayetteville, the Methodist University Monarchs. The Pacers sweeping the Monarchs last year in the shortened spring season, and they look back to get on the winning side of things in their 21-22 season as tip-offs coming up shortly in just about 5 minutes. Talking to head coach Marquita Dickens in her second season leading the women's basketball team, I asked her what she was looking for so far in this season and what she's seen so far as the Pacers have played or entering their 5th game of the season. And she said so far she has seen great leadership from her upperclassmen. Out of the 19 total players on her 21-22 season roster, she has 5 freshmen, 3 sophomores, 8 juniors, and 2 seniors. She also has 2 transfers coming into the program, one of them being Nai Riddick out of Greenville, North Carolina, who attended South Central High School. The other transfer will not be dressed out tonight, but she said she's looking for leadership from her 11 upperclassmen. She said that last year, with how well they played overall for the season and in the conference, she feels like that the team can build a lot on that success, especially out of those upperclassmen that she has returning this season. And she also feels that her team is pretty experienced on both sides of the ball, both offensively and defensively. That definitely comes from that leadership of the 11 upperclassmen that she has to work with. And I asked her following the St. Augustine loss last Friday, which was the Pacers' first big loss of the season as they fell to St. Augustine's by a final score of 26. She said that throughout the rest of the season, she wants to figure out where her team can grow more as a whole and also not pick moments in games where they turn the hustle on and off following that 81-85 loss. And then most importantly, she just wants to see the team have fun together. She said this team's almost like a family to her. She sees how close the girls are with one another, and she wants that to play out throughout the rest of the season. And she definitely wants to see all those things happen so that the team can hopefully have success in their home opener and USA South Conference opener against the Methodist University Monarchs. As opening tip-off is going to be coming up shortly from inside the Herm. This is the Pacer pregame show. We're going to take one more break, and we'll have the starting lineups coming up for you from both teams as you're listening to coverage of WPU women's basketball on the Pacer Sports Network. Welcome back inside the Herm as we were moments away from your WPU women's basketball team home opener and USA South Conference opener against the Methodist Monarchs. Let's give you the starting lineups for both teams presented by GoPeacePacers.com. Fans, as always, for the latest news and updates from all things WPU athletics, be sure to visit GoPeacePacers.com. You can also follow the Pacers on Instagram and Twitter at GoPeacePacers, and be sure to like the Pacers on Facebook as well. Let's give you the starting lineups for the visitors from Fayetteville, North Carolina, the Methodist University Monarchs. The Monarchs' last game took place on Saturday, November 20th, where they face already one USA South Conference opponent, the Mary Baldwin University Fighting Squirrels, and defeated the Fighting Squirrels by a final score of 55-43. Starting lineups for the Monarchs will have 5'4" freshman guard number 1, Jillian Peterson, 5'5" sophomore guard number 2, Jessica Drake, 5'5" freshman guard, Anissa Izeri, 5'9" freshman forward number 23, Kylie Hicks, and 5'11" freshman forward number 41, Rebecca McGockney. The Monarchs are led by head coach Cheryl McNear. She is in her 5th season leading the program. She is assisted by Nicholas Munn and Latoya Robertson. Starting lineups for the William Peace Pacers. You'll have 5'5" senior guard number 2, Myla Barnes, 5'8" junior guard number 15, Nene Riddick, 5'8" junior guard number 21, Pamela Mock, 5'7" junior guard number 30, Sierra Baker, and 6'2" junior forward number 35, Kira Williams. Of course, your Pacers basketball team is led by head coach in her 2nd season, Marquita Dickens. She is assisted by Wendell Holmes and Amber White. Her staff all in their 2nd season with the program. 12 returning players from last season. The Pacers only lose 4 from last season. They bring in new 8-comers. And they're getting ready for their home opener, playing in front of a live audience for the first time in what feels like a century. As we are getting ready for game 1 of 2 of the WPU basketball programs. This is the home opener for your WPU basketball team. Tip-off is underway, and the Monarchs will control possession first. It'll be Azaria. Driven over to the right side. She'll pass in the middle to Peterson. Peterson matched up by Mock. Peterson loses the ball on the ground. Now Williams will come to apply some pressure. And the Monarchs, with the shot clock at 5, will pass it to the left side of the rim and will get a quick bucket. As the Monarchs will get on the board first off the two-pointer from Peterson. Assisted by Drake on the other side. Mock quickly on the left side puts up a shot of her own to tie this one up. Mock her first 2 points of the night. Pacers coming out on the full court press as the Monarchs quickly trying to race the ball down the court as their pass is intercepted just to the right side of the rim. Possession will stay with the Monarchs. And it will be Drake taking it out from the baseline. As now we'll have a checking of the clock. First official pause of the game. But so far both teams scoring in similar fashion. 2 easy layups coming from the left side of the basket. This play has resumed, and we're back underway with Azaria taking it out for the Monarchs. Azaria top of the key. She's matched up by Riddick. Azaria's going to drive to the basket. She tried to pass out to the left side where Peterson was left wide open in the corner. And we'll have our first foul of the game called against the Pacers. We'll wait to see who the foul was on. Drake will take the ball out once again from the baseline. She'll dish it in to Azaria as the first foul of the game is given to Riddick of the Pacers for her first personal. Underneath the basket, McGarkney had to pass it out. She gives it back out to Drake. Drake back to McGarkney on the left side of the rim. Her jumper's no good. Pacers on the move as Baker brings it up from the right side. Baker going into the lane. She tries to go in between 2 Monarch defenders and she's knocked down. And now the Monarchs will have a foul of their own. Following McGarkney's missed jumper on the other end. Sierra Baker was able to pick up the first defensive rebound. 3-pointer coming from the left side off the back of the mark by Baker. Pacers are trying to control the offensive rebound. They have the ball knocked out of play by the Monarchs. So now Riddick will take it out as McGarkney was the one who picked up the first foul of the afternoon for the Monarchs. So that'll be her first personal. Barnes was trying to go up with it for the Pacers. Had the ball stripped away. They're going to say it was last touch by Barnes. So the Monarchs will get possession back. Thank you for joining us on the Pacers Sports Network. Our WPU women's basketball team is currently in action. Men's basketball is up next at 7 o'clock against the Ferrum College Panthers as the Monarchs come up empty-handed, but are able to get the second chance opportunity off the offensive rebound and are able to score. And have taken a 4-2 lead. Down the other side, Baker will drive up underneath the rim. She's able to score to tie it up. Just over 7.5 to play in quarter number 1. McGarkney scored on the last possession for the Monarchs, and she won't be able to add to her stat line as the Monarchs turn it over. Pamela Mock currently leading things for your Pacers. She has 4 points already in this one. Great ball movement at the top of the perimeter by the Pacers as Reddick's able to knock down the 3-pointer to give the Pacers a 7-4 lead. Pacers come right back out in the press as Azaria races down the other end. Monarchs are going to put up a 3-point shot of their own. It's off the mark. Peterson providing the shot, and the Pacers will just let this one go out of play. That was a great 3-point shot. That was knocked down by Riddick. as it was 2 passes, or 3 passes I should say, at the top of the perimeter. And Reddick was just able to create some separation from the defender and was able to get open and knock down the 3-point shot. Pacers turn the ball over on the other end for their second of the evening. His area will bring it up for the Monarchs. 3-point shot coming up by Drake, in and out. It looked like it was going to go in and out. Falls in at the last second, and we're tied up once again at 7 apiece. As Drake is able to knock down her first points of the night. She's assisted by Hicks. And on the other end, Drake will cause a foul. And we'll have our first substitution of the game as Nautical Falls will check in for Nini Riddick. Nina Riddick, I should say, of the Pacers. Play resumes. Falls has the ball at the top of the key. She'll dish it over to the left side to Baker. Mark moves over to the left side. 3-point shot coming up by Baker, unable to capitalize. Now Azaria switches the court to the right side to Drake. Drake to the top of the key to Peterson. Peterson, nice pass inside to McGartney. McGartney loses it. And Baker will bring it up for the Pacers, and she'll slow down play. Pass over to the left side of Falls. Falls goes down to the lane for Barnes. Barnes pass out to the right side of Baker. Baker puts it back at the top of the key to Mark. Mark to Baker. 3-point shot, no good. Pacers get the offensive rebound. As now Mark's able to get the long jumper to fall in. As we're going to wait to see if she was given a 3. I thought it was a 2-point shot, and it looks like it's going to stay that way on the shot sheet. And they're going to count as a jumper as the Pacers are able to force the second turnover of the evening for the Monarchs. Another substitution. Stormy Brown checks in for Mila Barnes of the Pacers. As Barnes was the Pacer who just picked up the steal on the previous possession. Driving in from the right side is Falls. She's fouled on the way up. As that will give the Monarchs their third foul. Baker will get ready to pass it in from the baseline. Falls with it. As another foul is called against the Monarchs. Back-to-back fouls. They'll now make a substitution as Langston will come on for Drake. Baker from the baseline, 3-point shot coming up. Falls is unable to knock it down. But as the ball comes down for the rebound, another foul is called against the Monarchs. 3 fouls in a row just on this Pacer offensive possession. And that puts the foul count up at 5-1. Unfortunately, Monarchs controlling the most fouls so far. That's going to put the Pacers in the bonus. And Kiera Williams is able to knock down the first free throw from the charity stripe. Second free throw coming up. Bounces around inside the rim. Falls in. Pacers now with an 11-7 lead. Just over 4.5 to play in quarter number 1. Down on the other end of the floor. Another turnover for the Monarchs as the pass was called while Langston, I believe, was the one. Or excuse me, it was Trinity Ross who's checked in for the Monarchs. was staying out of bounds. Pacers turn the ball over on their own on the other side of the court. Double dribble called. Pacers still with a 4-point lead, 11-7. 4:10 left to go in quarter number one. Bounce pass underneath the rim is intercepted. Pacers on the breakaway. Baker crashed in from the right side. Baker's layup is no good. And a foul is called against the Pacers as both teams were battling for possession. That's going to give the ball back to the Monarchs. Following Kiera Williams. First personal foul. Langston. Short jumper is good. For her first points of the evening. Baker on the right side. She puts up a short jumper. No good. Williams gets the rebound. She tries to go up against two Monarch defenders. And she's able to draw the foul. So she'll go back to the free throw line for the Pacers. Kiera Williams at 6'2", a strong returning player for the Pacers. As Pamela Mock checks out. Steffi Chandler will come in as Williams knocks down the first free throw. When you're looking at this Pacer roster, a good portion of it is made up by juniors. That's what head coach Dickens was talking about. So she has a lot of experience on this team from last year, a team that finished second overall in the East Division of the USA South and beat the Monarchs both times in convincing fashion. Three-point shot is up for the Monarchs and it is knocked down by Langston. She now has 5. Turnover for the Pacers. 2-on-3 opportunity for the Monarchs as they take it right to the rim. Layup no good. On the other end, Williams is left wide open. Waits for the defender to go past her. She can't hold on to the ball. Another turnover for the Pacers. Langston goes up once again. She can get her shot to fall. Pacers come up with a defensive rebound and will bring the ball up once again. Chandler dribbling inside the arc. She now dishes it out to Falls. Falls goes right to the rim from the right side and knocks it down. As Falls picks up her first point of the afternoon. Pacers almost got a turnover at half court. Langston left wide open for a 3 on the left side. Her shot no good. Ball on the offensive rebound. It's Ross that comes up with it for the Monarchs and is able to knock it down as the Pacer lead has been trimmed down to 1. Jumper coming inside the arc from Baker is just short. And we'll have 3 substitutions coming in for the Pacers. Josh Linares. Nana Reddick checks back in. And I'm trying to get an eye of who the last Pacer was that checked in as the Monarchs were called for a travel. This is number 11, Ariana Hamilton, who's the last substitution for the Pacers. Speaking of Nana Reddick, she knocks down a shot just inside the lane from about the free throw line to put the Pacers back up by 3. No official immediate timeouts so far in this one. They're letting them play as the Monarchs knock down another shot provided by number 23, Kylie Hicks. And now we'll have our first stoppage of play following Hicks' timeout. And the Pacers will call their first timeout of the evening. Pacers with a 1-point lead over the Monarchs, 17-16. as it's been a back and forth contest so far in the Pacers home opener. As we'll take a break with the Pacers as you're listening to WPU Women's Basketball on the Pacers Sports Network. Coming out of the Pacers' first team timeout. They'll bring it up the court. As it will be Reddick, who passes over to the left side of Hamilton. Hamilton scoots all the way to the right side. She takes a nice little jump shot. She's able to score. Puts the Pacers back up by 3 with 90 seconds to play in quarter number 1. Hicks. Nice dish out to the left side. Jenkins unable to knock the shot down for the Monarchs. Hamilton brings it back up for the Pacers. Hamilton directed traffic. Slithering out the plays. As Riddick does a nice cut to the right side of the basket. She's able to get a nice little layup to fall in. Pacers extend the lead to 5 with under a minute to play in quarter number 1. Pacers call a turnover. Hamilton had the right idea as she saw Chandler crashing in from the left side with 2-on-1 opportunity. It goes off the leg of a Monarch defender. As now Mock will check back in for Reddick. Reddick a nice little spurt of offensive moves on her last check-in. She has 7 points. Pacers come up empty-handed off the inbounds pass. And the Monarchs will get the ball back as Hicks will take it out from the baseline. There's actually a foul that was called against Jocelyn Ayers of the Pacers. That'll be her first personal. And Hicks at 5'9". Goes crashing down inside the lane. She takes down Mock. Mock a little shaken up. The official is going to give the foul against Mock. So that looked like that could have been a charging foul. Called against Hicks. Mock's feet wasn't set. Therefore, that's the reason the foul was assessed to her. That's the first free throw by Hicks is good. 21 seconds remaining in quarter number 1. Hicks goes 2 for 2 at the line. So now Langston will check out. Ross will come back on for the Monarchs. Ayers will step back off for the Pacers. And Williams will come back in. 7 seconds left. Shot clock turned off. Williams, a nice little turnaround shot is good. Put the Pacers up by 5. Monarchs will inbound the pass. Half-court shot coming up off the side of the rim. And that brings us to the end of quarter number 1. Pacers up by 5 against the Monarchs. 23-18 is your score. This is the home opener and the USA South Conference opener for your William Peace women's basketball team. So we'll take a short break. Pacers up by 5. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Back here on the Pacers Sports Network, quarter 2 has just got underway. Your Pacers currently lead in the Monarchs by a score of 23-18. I don't know why I almost said finals there. It's going to be a long evening here on the Pacers Sports Network, myself included. This is doubleheader coverage for your WPU basketball program. Game number 1 underway for the Pacer basketball program, as this is your women's basketball team in action. They lead the Monarchs by a score of 23-18 as they come up empty-handed on their first offensive possession of quarter number 2. Irizarry tries to get a nice pass down low inside the lane as it goes off the fingertips of the intended target. So we'll come back to the Pacers side of the court. Pacers working left to right this quarter, or this half I should say, as they turn the ball over. And Drake now goes down low to McGockney. McGockney's short floater just grazes the rim. And the Pacers will take back over. Barnes goes up with it. Takes one hop off the back of the rim. And now on the other side, McGockney tries to redeem herself. Comes up empty-handed. Mock loses her dribbling, picks it back up. She'll pass over to the left side to Baker. Baker, bounce pass to Barnes, is stripped away by Drake, or Peterson I should say. Peterson goes right to the rim. Foul called against the Pacers. As the Pacers will pick up their 6th foul. Baker will pick up her first personal. So Baker will check out. Brown will come back on. Peterson gets ready to take her first shot from the charity stripe. So far, both teams starting to pick up the action just a little bit with some baseball long passes. Baker goes, but Peterson goes 1 for 2 at the free throw line. Now from center court, Riddick loses her dribbling, but the Monarchs do on the other side. Now Mock bring it up for the Pacers. She passes over to the left side of Riddick. Matched up with Irizarry. Great passer and inside the perimeter for the Pacers, as Barnes is able to knock down a short jumper. As Irizarry will bring it back up the court for the Monarchs. And she passes it down the court to Hicks. And Hicks is able to knock down a nice jumper. Both teams kind of matching each other's energy so far. It seems like one team will try for a long pass, the other team will try for one as well. Then when one team tries to pick up the momentum on an offensive possession, the other team will as well. As the Pacers draw a turnover. Higgs leading the scoring so far for the Monarchs with 6, shooting 2 of 3 from the field. She has 2 rebounds, 2 assists. Riddick leading the way for your Pacers with 7 points, 3 of 4 from the field, 1 rebound. As Irizarry actually picked up a foul. That's her first personal. Nice bounce pass from Mott to Williams. Williams' shot unable to fall. And actually it's Mott that got the rebound. It was Baker that dished the pass to Williams. And Baker is able to score for the Pacers to extend their lead to 6 with 6.5 to play. That's Hicks. Knocks down the jump shot for the Monarchs on the other end. Riddick from the left side drives in towards the center. Short pass over to Mock. Mock passes over to Baker. Baker's three-point shot takes one bounce off the mark. Irizarry will bring it up for the Monarchs. Pass over to the left side of Drake. Drake goes down low to McGaughney. McGaughney, nice turnaround spin for the easy floater to cut the Pacers' lead within 2. Riddick to Baker. Baker back to Riddick. Riddick pumps fakes on the 3, draws in for the left side. Her shot no good. Drake will bring it up for the Monarchs. Pass has a little bit of height to it. It's McGaughney loses all the fingertips, goes down hard up against the covering. She looks to be all right. McGaughney will check out. And Jenkins will come in for the Monarchs. Zyneria Jenkins getting her first minutes of the evening. Baker moves over to the right side. Baker with a nice shot from her right hand, can't fall in. The Monarchs will bring it back up with Melissa Diolo bringing it up. And the Pacers are going to be called for a foul. And so that will send number 30, Trinity Ross, to the charity stripe to potentially tie this one up. First free throw takes a bounce off the back of the rim. Second free throw coming up. As Ross goes 0 for 2 from the free throw line. Brown comes up with her second rebound of the evening for the Pacers. Pacers come up empty-handed on their following offense possession. Diolo will bring it up the court for the Monarchs. Moves out to the left side, now puts in the center. Three-point shot coming up for the Monarchs. Off the rim. Drake gets her own rebound. Pass out to the right side to McGaughney. Great pass play there for the Monarchs to tie this one up with just over 4 minutes to go. And half number 1, Baker drives in for the left side. Her layup no good. Brown gets the rebound. She goes up with it. Unable to knock down the short shot from the left side, but a foul was called, so I'll send her to the free throw line. So McGaughney will check out. As Drake has picked up her third personal for the Monarchs. So early on, she's in foul trouble just in half number 1. As Brown is unable to knock down the first free throw. Hicks comes out. Tate comes on. Pacers knock down the second free throw. Langston will come back on for Drake. Chandler will come back on for the Pacers. Brown will take a seat from the right side. Short jumper, no good. Pacers up the tempo a little bit. Chandler, nice little floater is good from the right side. And she sends the Pacers lead back up to 3 with 3.5 to play. in the first half. The Pacers were able to break a scoring drought that was going on about 3 minutes. Langston's three-pointer is no good. Monarchs get the rebound back. Now a three-point shot coming up from Diolo. And she misses it all. Mock inbounds the ball for the Pacers. Pacers quickly get down on the other side. Nice shot there by Riddick, who lost her footing, but was able to knock it down. And the Monarchs look a little tripped up and are going to have to call a timeout, and we'll take one with them. Pacers extend their lead back up to 5. Just under 3 minutes to play here in the first half before we go to halftime. As we'll take a timeout with them, as you're listening to coverage of William Peace basketball right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Welcome back inside the Ferrum on the Pacers Sports Network. Your WPU women's basketball team in action for the first time in front of a live audience for the season as they lead the Monarchs 32-27, closing in on halftime. Coming up on the Pacers halftime show, as the Monarchs are able to knock down a nice little jumper there provided by Langston to cut the Pacers lead within 3. Coming up on the Pacers halftime show, we'll be joined by head coach of your men's basketball team, Claude Shields, to preview their matchup against non-conference opponent, the Ferrum College Panthers, coming up directly after this game. We'll also have stats and analysis from the first half. That's coming up on the Pacers halftime show. So we're just over 2.5 minutes remaining in half number 1. As Ayers just turned the ball over for the Pacers. They'll get the ball back to the Monarchs. As Tate checks out, McGaughney checks back in. Ross picks up her 3rd personal turnover for the Monarchs. So I'll get the ball right back to the Pacers as Reddick gets ready to check the ball in front of her bench to Hamilton. Hamilton, pass center court. 101, top of the key. She goes down low to Mock. Mock trying to drive in from the right side, trying to do all herself, unable to do so. Monarchs come up with the rebound. Three-point shot coming up by Langston, in and out. Monarchs get the rebounds, but Gaughney and Williams battle for it. And the possession arrow is going to point in the way of the Pacers. Now under 2 minutes to play. Hamilton now moves over to the left side, now moves over to the right. Hamilton goes up from the right side. Her shot goes off the backboard. Both teams coming up empty-handed on their previous possessions. Pacers, strong defensive possession right here. Better shot taken by Jenkins as she's able to knock it down inside the free throw line. As the Pacers lead has been cut down to 1 with 1 minute to play in the first half. Hamilton lost possession of the ball momentarily. She's Now goes down low to Williams. Williams gives it right back to Hamilton. Hamilton back to Williams. The two pass it back and forth to each other. Williamson's shot from the left side rolls out. Monarchs push in the tempo a little bit. Shot coming from Jenkins once again. She knocks it down from about the previous spot. And now the Monarchs take a 1-point lead with 35 seconds left to go. 10-second differential between the game clock and the shot clock. As number 10 Chandler has it for the Pacers. She'll drive it from the right side. Able to beat the defender. She's able to score to put the Pacers back up in front by 1 with 20 seconds to play. Shot clock is turned off. Monarchs will try to hold for the last shot of the first half as Peterson wanted a foul, but instead they're going to say that she was out of bounds when she got the ball. And she's a little infuriated. Now with 12 seconds left, the Pacers will have an opportunity to score the last shot. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Hamilton puts up a floater, falls short. And that will conclude the first half of play in your WPU women's basketball team home opener. Entertaining game so far in this USA South Conference matchup. Pacers' first time of the season playing against a conference opponent and also playing back in front of a live audience inside the Ferrum. We've officially reached the end of the first half in action inside the Ferrum. Our halftime score, your William Peace Pacers lead the Methodist University Monarchs 34-33. Coming up on our halftime show, we'll be joined by head coach of your William Peace men's basketball team, Claude Shields, to preview their matchup coming up directly after this against the Ferrum College Panthers. We'll also bring you first half stats and analysis and more. But first, let's take a quick pause as it's halftime inside the Ferrum of your WPU women's basketball team. And you're listening to coverage of William Peace basketball presented by the Athletic Communications Department. We'll be right back with halftime coverage on the Pacers Sports Network. Welcome back to live stream coverage of William Peace basketball on the Pacers Sports Network presented by the Athletic Communications Department of WPU. Our halftime score in Game 1 of doubleheader coverage for your WPU basketball programs. Your women's basketball team currently leads the Methodist Monarchs by a score of 34-33. At this time, we're being joined by head coach of your WPU men's basketball team, Claude Shields, to talk with him a little bit about their upcoming game, which is taking place directly after this one. Tip-off shortly after 7 p.m. You can find that game right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Coach Claude Shields was the first hire in 2011 as the first head men's basketball coach and enters his 10th season with the program. And he is joining us right now on the Pacers Halftime Show. Coach Shields, kind of a unique Tuesday afternoon before Thanksgiving break. I just want to ask you this kind of has a little bit of a high school feel to it when you have a women's game before and then you guys are following right afterwards. So what's kind of been the game day schedule like for your guys as you get ready for your non-conference opponent in Ferrum College?
No, it certainly does, Graham, now that you say that. I mean, I remember in high school, the Tuesday, if you had a Tuesday home game before Thanksgiving, it was really fun as people came home, right? Hopefully, on our end of things, people haven't left yet, and they're waiting to leave at 9 after the conclusion of our game. But a quick turnaround from Saturday for us. Had a day off to rest and recuperate, and then a practice yesterday to play a Ferrum College team that is 2-1 already and has played some teams in our division in the league. So it's been good to be able to get to watch them, to prepare for another really physical, athletic. They'll shoot a few more threes and maybe Saturday, so it's going to be a big challenge for us tonight.
Speaking of the Ferrum College Panthers, during the shortened spring season, they were your only non-conference opponent that you guys played. The first matchup was y'all's first game of the season when you guys fell in a very highly contested contest. Final score of that one being 73-76. And then in your next game, when you guys traveled up to Ferrum, Virginia, you defeated the Panthers by a final score of 93-85. What do you remember about last year's matchup between the two teams that sticks out to you and that you guys can kind of use as strategy coming to your game tonight against the Panthers?
Yeah, different atmosphere with people in here, right? Last year, that was our first game of the year for both teams. Had the scrimmage feel with no fans in here, but they returned a lot from their team last year. So in both of those games, they were very close. It was unique, kind of like last year's schedule where we played them and then had a day off and then played them the next day. So it was kind of like an NBA schedule due to COVID last year. So that was really unique to be able to play them. I've known Coach Sanborn for a really long time, a good buddy of mine in the coaching world. So it's fun to compete against him. You know what his teams are going to bring. He was a heck of a player himself at Guilford College. So we were able to refer back to those a little bit, with some of the guys, the returners that we got to face from last year. So excited to see what strides we can take forward tonight.
As you mentioned, the Ferrum College Panthers coming to tonight's matchup with an overall record of 2-1 for the season. They've actually faced some USA South Conference opponents, as you mentioned, as they defeated Averett by a final score of 76-66 in their second game of the season, their home opener. They fell in their season opener to Greensboro College by a final score of 91-79 in their previous game against Mary Baldwin University, where they defeated the Fighting Squirrels by a final score of 81-76. And then they also had a little bit of a similar schedule to you guys, playing against two Division I opponents in exhibitions such as Davidson and Coastal Carolina. So it honestly looks like tonight could be a very highly competitive matchup just with how you two teams' seasons have compared to each other. What are you most excited about playing the Panthers tonight?
Well, I think they're a good mirror of what we will see in our league. Saturday against Mary Baldwin, they had 26 offensive rebounds, and that's how they won the game down the stretch. They got an offensive rebound off a missed free throw. So I think they're very similar to some of the best teams in our league. I think our lead's going to be led by North Carolina Wesleyan and Pfeiffer, and just the style of play of both of those programs, I think Ferrum's mirrors that. And then not only also what they do on the offensive end with their ball screen continuity, that looks we'll see that again with Averett runs that and some other teams in our league. So I think that's exciting, right? As we look, we have our conference opener a week from today against Greensboro at home. So it'll be we're still trying to learn a ton about our group, and we have a lot of new guys, whether transfers or incoming guys who need these minutes as much as coaches would love for them to be able to those practice reps to matter. It matters a little bit more when the lights are on. So it'll be good for us going into Thanksgiving break to play a team that we're familiar with, which most non-conference teams you can't say that about after taking a year off last year with COVID. But we've had ever since Tyler's been at Ferrum, we've had great matchups. They always go down the last 4 minutes, kind of round 10 as we say, and we're looking forward to another one tonight. That'll be should be a fun contest to watch.
6-foot senior guard, number 0, James Smith Jr. of the Panthers, tallied 20 points against you guys last year in your first matchup with the Panthers in that 76-73 victory. You kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier, but how do you just look to contain a player like him who had such a strong performance against you guys last season?
Yeah, both 0 and 1 tonight will be really tough, and 4, and we've played those guys, every year for the last few years, so we've known them for a while. He's a really dynamic, shifty guard. We want to make him, if he scores 20, that's great, as long as it's inefficient 20, right? We want him to take as many shots as possible to get that 20. If he gets going from 3 and gets to the free throw line, then it's a little bit harder of a challenge for us. And then number 1, he had 8 threes in their loss against Greensboro. So, they have those guards will be. We have senior guards. That's how you win in college basketball. We don't have that. We have a bunch of young guys who are on their way to getting to that point. So, once again, what a great test to be able to throw some different bodies at their guys, learn. But yeah, when you have some savvy, creative guys like that, it's going to be a big challenge for us. So it should be a lot of fun.
Final question, of course, you guys in your last game, you guys played in front of a live audience for the first time since February 25th, I believe, 2020. You guys did fall to the Virginia Wesleyan Marlins by a final score of 85-79. I know talking to you in the Pacer postgame show, you said you had to go back and look at the film more to kind of dissect what you saw. So after looking at the film, well, you guys actually played a pretty good game and were very competitive against a good Marlins team. What did you see that stood out to you that you've kind of told the guys that they need to improve upon before the game this evening?
Yeah, I think that one of the messages we're trying to send from Saturday is we didn't defend. They hit some tough shots, but in the first half we really felt like we left a lot of we didn't pressure the way we want to in the half court, and I think we kind of we were on our heels a little bit, and we're down 10 at half, I believe, and their efficiency in the first half was just astronomical, right? Which made it really hard for us to climb out of. We talked about it Saturday. It's like, you come all the way back from 15 down, but getting over the hump is the challenge. So I think that the ability just to defend for 40 minutes instead of 20 will be it's hard to do that, but we certainly want to be able to get closer to that tonight.
Coach Hills, best of luck in your guys' game, which is following this one immediately here on the Pacer Sports Network as you host the Ferrum College Panthers. I also noticed your face covering is Christmas theme. Are you one of those guys that thinks you can get into the Christmas spirit as soon as Halloween's over with?
Hey, I tell you what, before we had a child, I was definitely no Christmas music, nothing prior to Thanksgiving, but when she's got it, at her preschool where she's hearing Christmas songs, I raised the white flag and knew that it was not a battle that I could win. We've been singing Christmas songs and dancing to it, and the mask gets to match that. So we're ready for it already.
Understand. Well, Coach Shields, thank you for joining us. We'll talk to you after the game on the Pacer postgame show.
Absolutely. Thank you, Graham.
That is head coach of your WPU men's basketball team, Claude Shields, join us on the Pacers halftime show of the WPU women's basketball game. Your men's basketball team is in action following this one against the non-conference opponent in the Ferrum College Panthers. That game can also be found here on the Pacers post-game show. Both teams are back out on the court for warm-ups. We're going to take a quick pause as we'll bring you first half stats and analysis and more. Your WPU women's basketball team leading the Methodist Monarchs by 1 point, 34-33 is our score at the break. We're going to take a quick pause right here on the Pacers Sports Network. This is coverage of William Peace basketball on the Pacers Sports Network. Let's take a look back at the first half stats brought to us by GoPeacePacers.com. Fans, as always, for the latest news and updates to game day previews and game recaps from WPU Athletics, please visit GoPeacePacers.com. You can also like the Pacers on Facebook or follow them on Instagram and Twitter at GoPeacePacers. Very entertaining game so far between the Monarchs and the Pacers. First time that we've seen the WPU women's basketball team in action inside the Ferrum, and first time that we've seen a USA South Conference opponent for the 21-22 season. And for the Monarchs, they are currently being led by number 23, Kylie Hicks, who has 10 points in total. She's shooting 4 of 5 from the field, 2 of 2 from the free throw line. She has 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. She is then followed by number 35, Jordan Langston, who has 7 points, 3 of 7 from the field, 1 of 4 from behind the arc. She has 1 assist. And then number 21, Zakiria Jenkins, 4 points, 2 of 4 from the field, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 blocks. And then number 41, Rebecca McGaughney, also has 4 points, shooting 2 of 6 from the field, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 1 block, 1 foul. We're going to have to be quick on this, on the rest of these read-offs. The Monarchs shooting currently 4 of 28 from the field at 50%. They are 2 of 8 from behind the arc at 25%, 3 of 6 from the free throw line at 50%. And the team has 8 fouls in total. For your Pacers, they are being led by number 15, Nai Reddick, with 9 points, 4 of 6 from the field, 1 of 1 from behind the arc, 1 rebound. She is then followed by number 21, Pamela Mock, who has 8 points, 4 of 7 from the field, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. And then number 35, Kiara Warriors, who has 6 points, shooting 1 of 3 from the field, 4 of 4 from the charity stripe, 4 rebounds. Pacers shooting 4 of 36 from the field at 38%, 1 of 7, and 3-point shots at 14%, and they are shooting 5 of 6 from the free throw line at 83%. As the second half is underway, Monarchs will have the ball first, as it's the home opener for your WPU women's basketball team inside the Ferrum. 3-point shot coming up off the mark. Rebound by McGaughney. Or excuse me, that's number 23, Hicks, with the rebound. Monarchs can't get anything to fall on the second chance opportunity. Pacers come up empty-handed on their first offensive possession of the half. Peterson on a breakaway will score easily, and the Monarchs will retake the lead. Mock down low to Williams. Williams battling against McGaughney. Williams wins the battle and is able to put the Pacers back up in front. So Williams is now in double digits. Or excuse me, she has 8. Here's area. Nice pass down low. Methodist misses. Williams picks up her 5th rebound, 2nd defensive. And on the other end, Pacers had a nice chance at an easy shot. Monarchs were forced to foul, as Hicks will pick up her first personal, and that will send the shooter, Sierra Baker, to the line. She knocks down the first shot. Second free throw coming up. One key stat to mention, both teams, even on the stat board, they each have 14 defensive rebounds. Pacers out-rebounding the Monarchs in the first half at 22-19. Monarchs with 3 more turnovers than the Pacers at 12-9. So Peterson will check out for the Monarchs. Delia will check back in. Jumper no good for Hicks. Reddick brings it up, long pass to Mock. Mock to Williams. Williams to Baker. Baker 3-point shot, no good. Here's area. Long pass down low. Methodist unable to score off the falling shot by Ross. Offensive foul called against the Pacers. As Baker, or excuse me, no foul called against the Pacers. They turn the ball over instead, and the Monarchs make them pay on the other end. As Ross picks up point number 4 of the night. Pass over the head of Williams. Last touch by the Monarchs though. So Baker will take it out from the baseline. Bounce pass into Williams. Williams is able to score. Puts the Pacers back up by 3. And now Williams is in double digits for the night. Right here in front of us. Here's area. Down to McGockney. Let's check that. It was Hicks to McGockney. Been getting them confused all night. As they both have the most height on this Monarchs team. It was Area who scored on the previous possession. And just like that, Mock is able to score for your Pacers. Pacers trying to cause a turnover as Barnes made a leaping effort to try and break up that pass. But a foul is going to be called against the Monarchs instead. So the Pacers will take it out at center court. Hicks picks up her second personal. Williams checks out. Brown back in for the Pacers. And Reddick will bring it up the court for your Pacers. Baker lost the ball momentarily. She gives it to Reddick. Reddick tries to give a bounce pass inside the lane to Brown. Monarchs steal it. And Baker fouls on the left side. As that will be her second foul coming up. Following Leo's first steal. Here's Era checks out, as does McGockney. Drake and Tate in for the Monarchs as they knock down a three-pointer and tie this one up. Shot good by Drake. Mock over to Reddick. Reddick to Baker. Baker back to Reddick. Now Reddick goes down low to Brown. Brown passes down the left corner. Three-point shot knocked down by Barnes. Well, they're going to call that a long two instead. Either way, nice shot there for the Pacers to put them back out in front. Hicks knocks that down from the right side. Ties things back up. 44-44. 5:40 left to go in the third quarter. Baker down low to Barnes. Her difficult shot is able to fall. Both teams now starting to go back and forth with each other. On the other end, Jenkins over to DiOlio. Monarchs moving the ball well around the perimeter, down inside, as they're able to score. Following the shot by Tate for her first points of the night. Shot taken just inside the arc by Mock, unable to go. Great tip out from behind by Reddick. Forces the turnover. Pacers have to slow down the momentum just a little bit as Mock goes up. Hand in the face. Shot unable to fall in, but is able to draw the foul. Great defensive move there by Mock to force the turnover. And then you got to respect the hustle on the other end to battle towards the basket and force the foul, giving her 2 opportunities coming up from the free throw line. Mock able to knock down the first shot. Tate checks out. McGogney back in for the Monarchs. Second free throw's up. It is good. Pacers go back up by 2 with 4:39 to play in the third quarter. Pacers looking for another strong defensive possession. It's Drake trying to find some wiggle room. Monarchs finally pop a 3 out. Shot taken by Jenkins. As both teams were trying to pop the ball out to regain possession, Monarchs come up with it, and McGogney is able to make the Pacers pay underneath the basket. We're tied back up at 48. Barnes to Mock in the corner. Mock thought about taking a 3-point shot and said they'll flip the court where Reddick will put up a 3-point shot. No good. Remember, the Pacers hit the ground hard up against the wall. It was Mock. She's back up on her feet. That's the second time Mock's taken a hard hit, but looks to be okay. Coach Dickens talking things over with the official on the sideline. On the side court, I should say. This isn't football. Pacers will take it out from the baseline. Immediately a 3-point shot. It's taken. It's good! 3-point shot. Monica fall. Makes it fall. And the Pacers go back up by 3. 51 to 48. Drake on the other end tries to respond with a 3-point shot of her own. No good. They both the two officials are going to talk it over to see who had the possession of the rebound. Actually, now one of the officials going over to talk to head coach McNair. Don't know exactly what's going on here, as the Pacers are adjusting over to the left side. McNair switches out her coach's chair. Interesting. Some things you see on the court you can't explain. That's one of them. Either way, play resumes. As the Pacers calls the turnover, and now they try to create some space and some momentum. Mock to Reddick. Reddick's a nice move. She's called for the travel. Coach Dickens not happy over that. And that gives the ball right back to the Monarchs. And the Monarchs will give it right back to the Pacers. Both teams duplicating each other from throughout the game. It's one of the key observations made. Mott with a 3-point shot off the back of the rim. Ball is out of play. And it's going to go to the Monarchs. On the left side, tough shot. Put up by Jenkins. Unable to make it fall. She is able to draw contact. Foul going against the Pacers. Williams will pick up her second personal. That's going to send number 21 Jenkins to the line for her first attempt from the charity stripe. As Hicks checks out, Tate comes in for the Monarchs. Hicks unable to knock down her first free throw. 2:40 left to go here in quarter number 3. Pacers up by 3, now up by 2. As Hicks goes 1 for 2 for the free throw line. Pacers quickly get it down their side of the court. Mock, nice move there, left to right, up to the basket. She is able to score. She now has 14, shooting 6 of 11 from the field. Nice moves put on her by Zara herself. Zaria just puts it up at the last minute as the shot clock was winding down. Foul called against the Pacers. And if you're Coach Dickens, that's something that frustrates you. There's only 1 second left on the shot clock. Methodist wants to talk things over for the free throw line. It's taken. First break of the second half called. Methodist will take a timeout. We'll take one with them. As your Pacers lead the Monarchs by a score of 53-49 with 1:55 left in the third quarter. As this is coverage of William Peace basketball on the Pacers Sports Network. The WPU women's basketball team currently leading the Monarchs by 4. Zaria is off the mark on her first free throw attempt. Second free throw is up and good to cut the Pacers' lead down to 3. Under 2 minutes to play here in quarter number 3. Falls tries to put a move on from the right side. Shot goes off the side of the backboard, but a foul is called along the way. So now Tate will pick up her 4th personal of the Monarchs. That's going to put head coach McNair in a sticky situation. Baker, check that falls. Comes up empty-handed on the first free throw. Knocks down the second. And that's going to bring Hicks back in for Tate. Langston will also come back on. For, let's see if we can get a stat on who that was that came out. Actually, McGaughney was the one that came in. Let's check that. It was just Langston that came in from the Monarchs. Hamilton picks up her first personal for the Pacers. Drake has it. able to create some space. All about taking a three. She gives down low to McGaughney. McGaughney passes it back out. Shot taken from within the arc by Jenkins. Jenkins knocks down the short jumper. Cut the lead by 2. 3-point shot coming up by Hamilton off the back of the rim. McGaughney comes up with the rebound. Pacers almost come up with a steal as Hamilton's putting some great defensive effort in. Pacer bench wanted a double dribble, but instead they'll get a 5-second violation called instead. As Zaria, I should say, will pick up her 4th turnover. Bear with me for any mispronunciations that I may have had throughout tonight's broadcast. It's that time of the semester where schoolwork is falling on top of you. And then you also have 2 basketball games to prepare for as well. Sometimes your brain can be a little scattered. And also I got nothing but a turkey and some good Thanksgiving food on my mind as well. So bear with me as I try my best to get through these 2 basketball games this evening on the Pacers Sports Network. So foul is called against the Monarchs. That's going to send Falls back to the free throw line. 31 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Falls unable to knock down the first free throw. Jenkins picked up her 2nd personal. Don't forget, your WPU men's basketball team in action immediately after this one. So they host the Ferrum College Panthers. Tip-off shortly after 7 p.m. Falls goes 0 for 2 from the charity stripe. 1 second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. As Rosaria had the ball popped up in the air, Pacers come up with a steal. Hamilton challenges her right to the basket. Hamilton scores. Pacers up by 4 with under 10 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. Pacers trying to cause another 5-second violation. So it turns into a 2-on-1 opportunity. Great effort there by Hamilton to knock up the pass. No foul called at the end. And with that, that's going to set us up for the final quarter of this evening. Pacers back up by 4 as we're closing in on the final quarter of this one. So we'll have the final 10 minutes of your Pacers home opener coming up after this quick break on the Pacers Sports Network. Back here on the Pacers Sports Network for the final quarter of action for your WPU women's basketball team as they currently lead the Monarchs by a score of 56-52. Pacer Nation, our upcoming events. First, stick around with us. So we'll have your men's basketball team in action against the Ferrum College Panthers. Tip-off shortly after 7 p.m. Well, our next broadcast after that one will be Tuesday, November 30th, following Thanksgiving, when your Pacers have their first USA South Conference game. That's for the men's team against the Greensboro College Pride. Great block there by Williams as she shot down the shot from the Monarchs. Now the Pacers are able to capitalize as they almost turn the ball over. They're able to regroup. Now the ball is loose on the ground. Rosaria is able to pick it up for the Monarchs on the other side. Great pump fake there by Jenkins as she's able to score. Pacers now up by 2. 1 minute ticked away here in the final quarter. Two-on-one situation for the Monarchs. Jenkins trying to cause back-to-back damage, unable to do so. Williams comes up with the rebound. Hamilton now will go right up to the rim, left side, shot is good. Puts the Pacers back up by 4 as Hamilton picks up point number 6. 8:26 to play in regulation. And what's been a very exciting contest between these two teams. Williams called for a foul. Rosaria trying to take it to the hoop, but instead she'll have to settle for free throws coming up. As Mott will check in for Williams, who just picked up her 3rd personal. Peterson gets ready to come back on for the Monarchs. Rosaria misses the first one. Chandler will get ready to check back in for the Pacers. Rosaria, 1 for 2. Rosaria checks out for the Monarchs. Stormy Brown checks out for the Pacers. Hamilton has had the hot hand as of late. Puts up the shot, misses wide right. That's going to get the ball right back to the Monarchs. Monarchs racing down the floor. That causes a turnover instead. One-on-one situation. Mott battles for the rim. She gets it to go in. Pacers now up by 5. Their largest lead of the night so far has been by 6. That was back at 6:46 in the second quarter where they were up 27-21. Peterson, swing pass back up to the top of the key to Drake. Drake gets the screen. Drake passes over in the corner to Diolo. Diolo, nice pass down low. Methodist shot is good. McGockney providing 2 points. She's up to 8 personal. Chandler, 3-point shot coming up. Chandler's shot off the mark. Methodist comes up with a rebound. Pacers have the numbers though. Peterson swings the ball over. Easy shot, or easy drive to the back for the Monarchs. They're unable to score. Chandler now, 1-on-2, she passes out. Mark, wide open 3-point shot coming up off the back of the mark. Both teams trading empty possessions. Pacers 1 of 10 in 3-point shots in their last 10 attempts. Chandler with a nice breakaway steal. Chandler now being tracked down from behind by Diolo. Diolo is going to be forced to foul. That's going to bring a trio of Pacers back onto the court. Calling Diolo's second foul. She checks out along McGockney. Jenkins and Rosaria come back in for the Monarchs. Your Pacers, Barnes, Hamilton, and Baker check out. Faith Risto getting her first minutes of the game, along with Nana Reddick, Kiera Williams. Monarchs missed the first shot. They made the Pacers pay for it on the second chance opportunity as they knock down the three. Provided by Jenkins. She's up to 12. Tied game. Under 6 minutes to play here. WPU women's basketball, first USA South Conference game of the season. Chandler driving in the lane from the right side. Chandler goes up. She gets the way up and fall in. Pacers back up by 2 as Chandler picks up point number 6. On the other side now, Monarchs are going to turn the ball over. Peterson puts up a 3-point shot. She responds, and once again, both teams match each other's energies as Peterson picks up point number 8, following Irizarria's assist. Monarchs bench starting to get into it as the Monarchs are called for a foul. It looks like it's going to go against Irizarria. Yep, they gave it to her. That's her second personal. 15th foul of the evening for the Monarchs. Pacers get the ball back off a turnover. Come up empty-handed. Reddick missed the layup. And now from behind, Faith Risto trying to make her presence known as she tried to pop the ball out from behind, but she's called for a foul instead. That'll be her first personal. And Methodist will call a timeout as they've now taken a 1-point lead with 4:41 left to go here. As this is coverage of William Peace basketball right here on the Pacers Sports Network. We'll be right back as we're closing in the final minutes of game 1 of 2 for your WPU basketball programs this evening. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Coming out of the Monarchs timeout, they have a 1-point lead over your Pacers. Just over 4.5 to play here in regulation. Tay Tabron is challenged by Stephanie Chandler. The Monarchs turn the ball over. A 2-on-1 situation coming up for the Pacers, and they'll be forced to foul. As Falls was looking to take that one all the way to the basket. Following Williams' second steal of the evening. Chandler, 3-point shot coming up. Bang! It's good! Stephanie Chandler breaks the 3-point shooting skid for the Pacers, and they go up by 2. And now it looks like the Pacers are starting to come alive here within the final 5 minutes of this one. Methodist inbounds the ball. Williams immediately knocks it out. As the Pacers starting to show some stride here with 4:08 left to go in regulation. The Monarchs are able to inbound the ball, trying to bring it up court as they trail by 2. Left side, down low in the corner. Tate has it. Tate will drive in against Williams. Tate's shot no good. 21 on 21 crime as Jenkins ripped the ball out from Mock, who had it over her head. And Mock will actually be called for the foul as she tried to get possession back. That will be her third personal. So it'll be number 21 Jenkins, who was just fouled by number 21 Mock of the Pacers. She's able to knock down free throw number 1. Chandler on the other end, left all alone. Her block was shot. The Monarchs get it back. Trailing by 1. Mid-range jumper from the left side is knocked down by Tate. Monarchs retake the lead. Pacers go right to the rim on the other side. Second chance putback is good by Mock. She's up to 18. Monarchs trying to get the ball down court. Tate looking for somebody open. She passes down low to the right side of Jenkins. Jenkins shot off the mark. Williams comes up with the rebound. And now Reddick will drive to the basket. Misses the layup. Foul called against the Monarchs. 2:52 left to go here in the fourth, as Reddick gets ready to step up to the free throw line to try and put herself in double digits and potentially put the Pacers up by 3. What an exciting contest we've had so far in this one for just game number 1 of our doubleheader coverage for your WPU basketball teams. Reddick's first free throw is no good. Second free throw coming up. That one's able to fall. That puts the Pacers up by 2. Reddick checks out. Monarchs will inbound the ball. Reddick now in double digits. Pacer Nation wanted a push-off foul call on Drake. No call given. As now inside the lane with it is Hicks. She swings it out. And now a travel will be called against Deolio. Williams will come back in for Barnes. Under 2.5 to play here. Pacers up by 2. Great drive to the finish there for the Pacers. Nautica Falls able to make it fall. Pacers up by 4 in quarter number 4. 3-point shot coming from the corner for the Monarchs, no good. Both teams scrambling for the rebound as Peterson, who took the 3-point shot, falls to the ground. As it's going to be a foul called against William Peace. Stephanie Chandler will pick up her first personal. Pacers currently on a 15-0 run, approaching the past minute and a half. Count the bucket and 1 for the Monarchs. Jessica Drake there with a nice shot. And she has a chance to add on to it with 2:01 to play here. Foul will go against Hamilton. It's her second personal. Bonus free throw is good for Drake. She's up to 9. Under 2 minutes to play here. Pacers come up on an empty possession. Now Peterson will drive the offense for the Monarchs. Monarchs have the numbers, lose the ball. Pacers will get it back. Up by 1 with a minute 45 to play here. If this women's game is going to indicate at all how the men's game is going to go, grab your popcorn in between. We're going to have an exciting night of Pacer basketball here on the WPU Athletics YouTube channel. Foul called against the Monarchs as Falls went up with the shot. Diolio will pick up her third personal. First free throw by Falls is good. Second free throw coming up. Pacers now in the bonus. Following the Monarchs' previous foul. This Monarch, with the Falls knocks down both, putting her in double digits. Monarchs will make a substitution. Gonzario will come back in. Monarchs inbound the ball. As now it's going to be Chandler going over to get Peterson. Peterson scores and one. Chandler will pick up her second personal. Peterson will pick up her 10th point for a chance to tie the game with a minute 30 remaining in regulation. Peterson shots off the mark. Pacers still up by 1. Hamilton grabs the rebound for the Pacers, now weaving through traffic. Pacers will slow down just a little bit. Coach Dickinson wants to talk things over. We're closing in on an exciting finish. Under 90 seconds to play here. Pacers lead the Monarchs by 1, 72-71. As there's a timeout on the floor, and we'll take one with them. This is coverage of WPU women's basketball on the Pacer Sports Network. We'll be right back with the closing seconds, or the closing final minute, I should say, of game number 1 of our doubleheader coverage of WPU basketball tonight. We'll be right back. Under 90 seconds to play here in our WPU women's basketball game. Your Pacers lead the Monarchs by 1, 72-71. Pacers will have possession as Hamilton will get ready to check it out to the right side of her coach. Hamilton inbounds pass to Williams. Foul called against the Monarchs immediately. That's going to send Williams to the free throw line. As McGockney will pick up her second personal. Williams knocks down free throw number 1. Williams 2 for 2 from the line. Puts the Pacers back up by 2 as Reddick will check in for Falls. Inbounds pass coming up. Jenkins was bringing the ball up. Put too much speed behind her pass. That's going to get possession right back to the Pacers. With 70 seconds remaining in this one. Both teams in the bonus. Pacers up by 3. Falls. Hands it off to Hamilton. Hamilton backs up towards center court. Under a minute to play now. 50 seconds remaining. Mott to Falls. Falls, long jumper coming up. Williams to the rebound. Williams second chance opportunity, no good. Fans wanted a foul, no call given. Monarchs have 35 seconds to work with. Down by 3. Pacers need a big defensive stop. Williams with a block. And the ball is coming back to the Pacers. Williams with a nice block as Jenkins went up from behind. And now a timeout will be called by Methodist. Pacers shooting 1 of 4 from the field in their last 4 possessions. 1 of 4 as well from behind the arc. But Kiera Williams, the 6'2" forward from High Point, North Carolina, comes up with a big block there. And it went off the body of a Monarch. So that's going to give the Pacers possession back with 27.5 to go here. And you think the Monarchs will have no choice but to foul. It's just going to be a matter of who they want to go to the free throw line. Everybody on the Pacers side is shooting pretty good from the charity stripe. Reddick is 1 of 2 from the free throw line. Falls is 3 of 6. Kiera Williams, Sierra Baker, Pamela Mock are all shooting perfectly from the charity stripe. So those are definitely the 3 players that you don't want to send to the free throw line. As I look to see who's going to be on the floor for the Pacers. Fans, don't forget, your WPU men's basketball team is immediately in action after this one as they host the Ferrum College Panthers. Tip-off will shortly come after 7 p.m. as we'll have a shortened Pacer pregame show there. So don't get me wrong, I love doing this, but staying on air for 4 hours straight, it's a tall task for anybody. 27.5 remaining. Pacers will take the ball out past center court. They go down low to Williams. Monarchs not electing a foul. Instead, Williams misses the shot. That's going to give the Monarchs a chance to score here with 14 seconds left. Shot clock is off. Pacers cannot allow a 3. And Methodist will call a timeout under 10 seconds to draw up the final play. It looked like the Pacers wanted to have the exclamation point unless there's a clock issue. No, both teams are in the bonus, so the Pacers are just looking to deliver the dagger there on their previous offensive possession. They came up empty-handed, allowing Methodist to get the ball back with potentially a chance to tie this one up. Let's see what Coach Dickens is going to do here. As this has been a very highly competitive matchup this first meeting between the two teams than they were last year. Got to give Methodist credit where credit's due, as they have the same overall record as the Pacers at 1-3. They just picked up their previous win, or their first win of the season, this previous Saturday against Mary Baldwin by a final score of 55-43. Their next game is Tuesday, November 30th, as they'll host Salem College at home. Your Pacers travel on the road to Rocky Mount this Tuesday to face North Carolina Wesleyan Battling Bishops for a 7:30 tip-off. As there will be one more meeting between these two teams that will take place Saturday, January 29th. 5 seconds remaining. Monarchs need a shot. Pacers playing heavy defense. Shot taken up. Foul is going to be called as Hamilton had her hands to the sky. But the official said that there was contact made. That's Hamilton's third personal foul. That's going to send Jessica Drake to the free throw line for a chance to potentially tie this one up. Drake misses the first free throw. She's now 1 of 2 from the field. And if you're Pacer Nation, this is a chance for you to get up on your feet and make some noise. As Drake knocks down the second free throw. That slices the lead to 2. So she has to miss this one and then get the offensive rebound and put it back up immediately. But instead she makes it. And Methodist tries to get a turnover off the inbounds pass. It doesn't matter as the clock expires. We wait for the official call. And instead of letting the Pacers go back to the free throw line, they're just going to call off the game. So the Pacers, in a thrilling contest, come up with a 1-point victory over the Methodist Monarchs and improve to an overall record of 2-3. 1-0 for the USA South Conference play. Methodist Monarchs, as I mentioned, back in action at home this Tuesday, November 30th, against Salem College. Your Pacers back in action following the Thanksgiving break on Tuesday, November 30th, as they travel down to face the North Carolina Wesleyan battling Bishops. For everybody on the Methodist side, thank you for joining us here on the Pacer Sports Network. We hope you have a happy Thanksgiving. Don't forget, your WPU men's basketball team is getting ready to tip off against Ferrum College shortly after 7 o'clock. That game also on the Pacer Sports Network. So we'll take a quick pause and get ready for the men's side of things. Once again, our final score in game 1 of tonight's doubleheader of the WPU basketball programs. Pacers are in a thrilling contest. Pick up their second win of the season. First win in conference play as they defeat the Methodist Monarchs by a final score of 74-73. We'll take a quick pause on the Pacer Sports Network. Get you ready for the Pacer pregame show on the men's side of things. WPU men's basketball coming up following this short pause on the Pacer Sports Network. This is part 2 of a broadcast of Pacer basketball presented by the Athletic Communications Department on the Pacer Sports Network. Fans, as always, for the latest news and updates from Pacer Athletics, please visit GoPeacePacers.com. You can also like the Pacers on Facebook or follow them on Instagram and Twitter at GoPeacePacers. Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader of WPU basketball programs. We now switch things over to the men's side as they get ready for their second home game, game 2 of a 3-game homestand. And they also get ready for their 4th official game of the season as they host non-conference opponents, the Ferrum College Panthers. The Pacers last season played the Panthers in their 2 non-conference games of the season last year that took place at the very beginning of the season. Last time the Pacers played the Panthers inside this building, they fell by a final score of 76-73. But your WPU men's basketball team looks to get back on the winning side of things and pick up their second win of the season and their first win in front of their Pacer faithful. But they have a tall task and another great non-conference opponent in the Ferrum College Panthers. In the Pacers' previous game, they had their home opener and their first game back in front of live fans. It was the return to the Herm, but unfortunately the Pacers fell by a final score of 85-79 to the opponents from the ODAC, the Virginia Wesleyan Marlins. This will mark the first time the Pacers played in front of fans since February of 2020. The game would have a fast-paced start. Both teams would shoot over 60% in the first half of action. How that game transpired. In the first half, it would start off as a back-and-forth contest with a drive to the net by Tyler Portman, giving the Pacers a 6-5 lead. The Mars would regain the lead with a few back-to-back stops to lead 10-6. A few turnovers from the Pacers would allow the Mars to take a 20-11 lead before a layup from Don Tyrell Jr. would draw a foul, allowing him to cut the lead to 20-15. Another drive under the net from Don Tyrell Jr. would bring the score to 29-23 as the Pacers battled back with a layup from Bo Bryant, putting them within 4 as they trailed 34-30. A shot from behind the arc from Rashad Rouse would cut down the Marlins' lead to 39-36, but a late run would put them back up 48-38 leading into halftime. The Marlins would get on the board early in the second half, but a shot from behind the arc by Garrett Phillips would keep the Pacers in striking distance as they trailed 57-46. Smith Gupton would add 2 as the Pacers chipped away at the lead, trailing 65-54. A drive in the paint by Isaiah Everett Lewis would bring them within 7, with a 3-pointer from Garrett Phillips closing the Marlins' lead down to just 66-63. A few good stops from the Marlins would put them up 75-76. Isaiah Everett Lewis would get sent to the foul line for 3, going 3 for 3 to bring the score within 81-75. As the Pacers battled in the final minute of play, however, the Marlins would take advantage of some final shots from the foul line to come away with an 85-79 victory. The Pacers' top performers in that previous game, Don Tyrell Jr. and Bo Bryant, would each finish with a double-double. Tyrell Jr. would finish with 16 points and 14 boards. Bryant would add 15 points to go along with 11 rebounds. That's Bo Bryant's second double-double of the season. And Isaiah Everett Lewis was one of 4 Pacers in double digits as he contributed to 13 points on 5 of 9 shooting. Tim Fisher finished the game with a high of 25 points on 10 of 14 shooting for the Marlins. Tyree Goldson would add 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. And the key stats from the game, the Pacers out-rebound the Marlins 37-23. However, it was 11 turnovers that shot the Pacers in the foot and gave them that 85-79 loss. Both teams shot over 50% in the contest. Pacers at 52% to the Marlins 52.5. The Pacers turned the ball over, 17 times. The Morons would take full advantage of this as they scored 19 points off turnovers, and that gave us the final score of 85-79. The Pacers' second loss of the year. The Pacers now look to regroup and get back in the win column and match their overall record for the season as they get ready for this non-conference tip-off coming up against the Ferrum College Panthers. Tip-off scheduled to happen just about 7:20. If you're just joining us, your WPU women's basketball team was in action prior to this one as they held off for a thrilling victory over the Methodist University Monarchs. And we now get ready to switch gears and get ready for this non-conference matchup and your WPU men's basketball game, fourth game of the season and their second game in front of Pacer Nation. We're going to take a quick pause. When we come back, we'll have a recap of the last time these two teams met and preview the Ferrum College Panthers as we get ready for our second game of action here on the Pacer Sports Network. WPU men's basketball coming up just shortly. Back here inside the Ferrum on the Pacer pregame show, we now switch gears and get ready to bring you a non-conference matchup between the visiting Ferrum College Panthers and your WPU Pacers. Opening tip-off scheduled to come just after 7:20 p.m. The Ferrum College Panthers coming to tonight's contest with an overall record of 2-1. In their previous matchup, they were able to beat the Mary Baldwin Fighting Squirrels 81-76 on the road. This is actually the Panthers. Let's see here. This is the Panthers' fourth time playing a USA South Conference opponent this season. And again, in their previous matchup, they picked up an 81-76 victory against the Fighting Squirrels. All thanks to Michael Sporrens and Darius Kemp, each posting a double-double to lift Ferrum College to that victory. Mary Baldwin was able to grab the early advantage lead in 10-4. 3.5 minutes into the game. The Panthers chipped away at the lead and grabbed their first lead at 8:43 when Sporrens' three-pointer was nothing but net and put Ferrum out in front 17-15. Ferrum used a 72 run to close out the first half and led 41-33 at the break. The two teams played even in the second half with almost a dozen lead changes in the final 12 minutes of play. Mary Baldwin hit 3 free throws to tie it up, and that led the score all matched up at 76 with 42 seconds left in regulation. Ferrum was able to take the lead for good on Kemp's layup with 34 seconds left in the game. A pair of James Smith Jr.'s free throws and one freebie by Sparrins followed to close out scoring and help Ferrum to hold off the Fighting Squirrels. Sparrins led all scorers with his first double-double of the season, posting 26 points and 16 rebounds off the bench. Kemp had his first double-double this year with 23 points and 11 rebounds. Key stats from the game: Ferrum, Sparrins had 26 points, 16 rebounds, while Kemp had 23 points, 11 rebounds, and Smith contributed 15 points. Head coach Tyler Sandbron said, "It's always good to get a road win, even though it was not pretty." He felt his team had some good setups and made good plays down the stretch, which he thought was great to see. He was proud of the team's effort down the stretch defensively and the fortitude they stepped up with to make big free throws. He says they have a lot to work on, but great for those guys to experience some success. And that leads us for our non-conference matchup right here inside the Ferrum between the 2-1 overall Ferrum College Panthers and your 1-2 William Peace Pacers. We're going to take our final timeout here on the Pacer pregame show. When we come back, we'll have starting lineups along with the opening tip-off as we get ready for Game 2 of this doubleheader coverage of the WPU basketball programs. And it's all coming up after this quick break on the Pacer Sports Network. Back here on the Pacers Sports Network, we're getting ready for opening tip-off between the Ferrum College Panthers and your Warren Peace Pacers. Let's get you set up with the starting lineups for the two teams presented by GoPeacePacers.com. Fans, as always, for the latest news and updates from all things WPU athletics, please visit GoPeacePacers.com. You can also like the Pacers on Facebook or follow them on Instagram and Twitter at GoPeacePacers. The starting lineups first for the Ferrum College Panthers. You'll have 6-foot senior guard number 0, James Smith Jr., followed by 5'11" senior guard number 1, Kawan Madden McAfee. You'll have up next junior 6'5" guard number 4, Darius Kemp, followed by 6'4" sophomore guard number 13, Everett Rivers, and sophomore guard number 22, Bryce Hall. The Panthers are led by head coach Tyler Sanborn, I should say, in his 5th season. He is assisted by Carson Long. Starting lineups for your William Peace Pacers: 6-foot junior guard number 2, Garrett Phillips; 5'10" sophomore guard number 5, Tyler Parton; 6'2" senior 4, number 11, Don Tyrell Jr., 6'3" freshman guard number 13, Michael Doolin, and 6'5" junior 4, number 21, Bo Bryant. The Pacers are led by head coach in this season, Claude Shields. He is assisted by Jamal Stokes, Zach Hinton, and Stats Bidle. Two teams meet at center court. Opening tip-off is underway. Panthers will control opening possession. We are underway with Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader coverage. This time, the men's side is on action. Early three-pointer coming on for the Panthers, and it is knocked down by Madden McAfee, and he gets the Panthers on the board early with a deep three in front of the Pacer bench. Pacers start off on their first possession. Bryant driving inside the lane. He passes to Doolin. Phillips gets the pass that was sent from behind. Doolin knocks down a three, and the Pacers match the Panthers' energy early and tie this one up at 3 apiece. Here comes Madden McAfee. Pass down low to the left side for Rivers is good. Panthers go back up by 2. Number 5, Parton. Pacers working right to left. He hands off to Phillips. Phillips pass over to the left side of Doolin. Doolin bounce pass just inside the lane to Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. back to Doolin. Bo Bryant, three-pointer in the corner, off the mark. Madden McAfee comes up with the rebound for the Panthers. Panthers working right to left. Pass inside to the right side. They pass back out to the top of the league. Three-point shot is knocked down by Rivers. As actually they're going to say that was a... No, they are going to give it a three-point. At first I thought they were going to give it a short two. It is a three. Speaking of threes, here's one by Garrett Phillips off the mark. And this time it's Kemp notching the rebound for the Panthers. Down low, Bryant tries to challenge Rivers. Rivers gets the best of him. Coach Shields not happy with the way that his team has started off. And he's immediately going to call a timeout. Both teams came out shooting the three ball well. And just like that, the Panthers have started this game off on a 7-0 run in the first minute and 9 seconds. Coach Shields not happy with it. Panthers lead 10-3, first timeout on the floor. We'll be back on the Pacers Sports Network. Actually, check that. We're going to stay on the air. The two times that these two teams played last year, it was a very exciting matchup, especially the first game of the season coming inside the Ferrum, where the Pacers fell just short against the Panthers by a final score of 76-73. They look to rewrite history and pick up a win against the Panthers, this time in front of a live audience. We have some substitutions now on the floor for the Pacers. As Malachi Boris is checked in, along with Isaiah Everett-Lewis and number 1, Rashad Rouse. Dylan Butler also checks in. It's a brand new lineup on the floor for the Pacers. Smith got the three-point shot, in and out. Spins around, Pacers are able to come over with an offensive rebound. Ball goes out of play, and it'll stay in the direction of the Pacers. So you have Gupton, Butler, Rouse, Everett-Lewis, and Borders all on the floor now for the Pacers. Everett-Lewis at the top of the key, matched up by Madden McAfee. Borders over to Rouse. Rouse to Gupton. Gupton thought about taking a three-point shot. Set drives in a little bit. Short bounce pass to Rouse. Rouse short jumper coming on the way from the right side. Panthers get the rebound. Now Madden McAfee will bring it up the floor for the Panthers. Panthers working left to right. Madden McAfee signal over the motion over to the right side. Great ball movement there by the Panthers. As Kemp had a great look at the basket, it comes up short. Pacers come over the rebound. Everett-Lewis wants all the smoke. His shot is blocked. Smith Jr. 1-on-2. Tries to beat the two defenders. He does. Great move there by Smith Jr. Panthers extend their lead to 9. Rouse scooting over to the left side. Pass out to Borders. Borders three-point shot off the mark. Pacers are not shooting the three ball pretty so far. They're 1-5 to start off this contest. Panthers take control on the other side. Smith Jr. over to Rivers. Rivers passes over to the left side of Hall. Hall back out to Madden McAfee. Madden McAfee is able to knock down the three-pointer. And the Panthers shooting perfectly behind the arc to start this one as they've jumped out to an early 15-3 lead. Butler now. Call by the official. Foul on the floor. So I believe that's going to go against Kemp. As Punt will check back in for Borders. That is going to be a foul against Kemp for his first personal. Punt will take it out to our right side of our live stream coverage, trying to find a man to get it into. 5-second violation called against the Pacers. And the Pacers have to regroup here earlier, or the Panthers might run away quickly with this one. Kemp from the side of the court. As Bo Bryant and Tyrell Jr. will check back in for Butler and Rouse. Pacers starting off this one, shooting 1 of 7 from the field, 1 of 5 from behind the arc. They have been scoreless for the past 3 minutes and 16 seconds. That is not a good start. If you're a fan of the Pacers, Panthers come up empty. Pacers got to get some offense going here. Pouring to Everett Lewis. Everett Lewis and Smith Gupton. Smith Gupton was out of bounds when he caught the ball. That's going to give the ball right back to the Panthers. And Coach Shields is going to call a timeout and try to get his team to regroup. Not the start you want here in front of your home crowd, as the Pacers have found themselves trailing 12 early. Our score, Panthers 15, Pacers 3. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network following this timeout. Back here on the Pacers Sports Network, the Panthers are prowling all over the Pacers right now to start off this one. Our score 15-3, just under 16 minutes to play here in the first half. Pacers just have to get a bucket on the offensive possession. And they also have to get a defensive stop here as Smith Jr. will bring the ball up the court. Kemp moving over to the right side, one-handed pass to Hall. Hall, three-point shot off the mark. But Panthers on the tip-back opportunity are able to score and extend this lead to 14. Panther bench starting to get into this. Tyrell Jr. to Bryant. Bryant would put up a three-point shot. Bryant's able to score. That can put some life back into the Pacers. Now they just got to respond on the defensive side. Smith Jr. racing past the defender. Smith Jr. picked up his pass. No foul called, or no travel called. Pacers get the ball back. Tyrell Jr. puts up a three. Off the back of the rim. Panthers bring it down. Madden McAfee, right side, beats two defenders and goes up like it was nothing. Panthers go back up by 13, 19-6 our score. Bryant, bounce pass to Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. hand off to Gupton. Gupton back to Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. and Bryant at the top of the key. Bryant, nice pass there by Parton. Parton took down Hall. Hall trying to draw a charging foul. No call given. Panthers bringing the ball up. Smith Jr. passes out to Hall. Hall back to the left side of Kemp. Kemp moves the ball over to the left to Smith Jr. Smith Jr. trying to find Kemp, racing inside the lane. Pacers come up with a turnover. Everett Lewis. Nice jump shot coming up here. Falls just short. As Madden McAfee and Tyrell Jr. were scrapping for it on the floor. Possession's going to go back to the Panthers as Jamar Butler and Tyrell Jr. was actually called for a foul in the previous play. Pacer Nation trying to get the Pacers back into this. As Jamar Butler has checked in for the Panthers. There was one other substitution as it was Hunter Ladler. And Aiden Gamble actually was the one who checked in for the Panthers. Panthers get their own miss and will dish the ball back out. Long three coming from the corner is good. Jamar Butler knocks down the three, and that has put the Panthers up by 16 early, under 13 and a half to play in the first. Porton drives over for the left side. Three-point shot from Everett Lewis off the mark. Porton gets the rebound. Now Phillips will pull up a three-point shot. Phillips knocks down the three. That cuts the lead to 13. Madam McAfee bringing the ball up. Panthers come up empty on their next offensive possession. Everett Lewis tries to pass back out to Phillips. Phillips lost the ball momentarily, gets it back. Now Tyrell Jr. has it. Tyrell Jr., as he was driving to the rim, had the ball stripped away by Butler. Possession will stay on the Pacers side. Pacers still shooting just 1 of 4 from behind the arc in their last 4 attempts. Cole Atwood, who's checked in for the Pacers, along with Doolin, who's come back in, will try to provide some spark. 3 by Atwood, off the mark. 1-on-2 coming up for the Panthers. It's going to be Gamble who's going to gamble for it. And he's able to knock it down. Panthers go right back up by 15. Tyrell Jr. to Atwood. Atwood will now put up a 3. Goes around the rim. Panthers bring down the rebound. Madam McAfee, left side, guarded by Partler, calls for some help. Gets the screen by Butler. Madam McAfee tries to drive into the lane. Charging foul called against the Panthers. Darius Kemp, Smith Jr. are going to come back on, and we're going to have a media timeout. Panthers controlling things early over the Pacers to start off this one. Our score 24-9. We're going to take a quick pause as we'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Back here on the Pacers Sports Network, where the Ferrum College Panthers have jumped out to an early 15-point lead. Our score 24-9 with 11:41 to play in the first half. The Panthers have come out shooting 10 of 16 from the field at 62%, 4 of 7 from behind the arc. Your Pacers shooting 3 of 14 from the field, 3 of 11 from behind the arc. Pacers got to find a way to get back into this one. Phillips puts up a 3 off the back of the board. Great rebound there by Rouse to jump up and make an effort to get that one. Parlin thought about taking a deep 3. Instead, he passes off to the left side to Rouse. Rouse to Doolin. Doolin, guarded by Butler. Now Rouse will put up a 3. Rouse off the mark. Both teams scrambling for it. Officials want to signal for possession to stay on the right side of the court. Pacers once again find themselves in another scoring drought as they have been scoreless for almost the past 2 minutes. They got to find a way to break that one on this offensive possession. Tyrell Jr. over to Rouse. Rouse to Phillips. Phillips driving in from the right side. Phillips shot off the mark. Panthers will take back over. Easy pass there from Gamble to Ladler. Puts the Panthers up now by 17. Doolin. Bounce pass to Tyrell Jr. to the right side of the lane. Parton out of bounds when he caught possession of the ball. Still puts up the 3. It's good, but it does not count, unfortunately. Possession will come back to the Panthers. Panthers bringing the ball up. Gamble with it. Quick pass to Kemp. Kemp gives it right back to Gamble, and Gamble's able to find the rim like it's nothing. Pacers now up, or Pacers trailing by 19. Tyrell Jr. to Parton. Parton will put up a three-point shot. Parton knocks it down. That stops the scoring drought for the Pacers, which was almost going on 4 minutes. Kemp inside the lane, dribbles out. Pass over to the left side of Rivers. Rivers over to the left side to Gamble. Gamble passes back out to Kemp. Kemp matched up by Bryant. Kemp driving in from the right side. Floater no good. Tyrell Jr. comes up with the rebound for the Pacers. 9th rebound in this one. Three-point shot on the way. No good. Foul call while the ball was in the air. Pacers with 9 rebounds so far on this one. 4 offensive. Made that 5 offensive. 5 defensive to give them at 10. The Panthers with 12. 2 offensive, 10 defensive. Tyrell Jr. off the baseline pass from Bryant. Now Everett Lewis, top of the key. Short pass to Bryant. Bryant to Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. from the left side was going up for a dunk. Had the ball stripped away. Everett Lewis gets the ball back. Three-point shot on the way from Doolin. Off the mark. Panthers come up with a rebound. And at some point, Pacers might want to think about abandoning the three-point shots as the Panthers turn the ball over and drive in towards the basket to try to draw some fouls and send it to the free throw line. Tyrell Jr. will check out along with Tyler Parton. Rouse and Borders come back on. Some subs as well for the Panthers. Bryant prepares, take the inbounds pass from the baseline as the Pacers trail by 16. Borders over to the left side of Doolin. Doolin's bounce pass to Bryant. Bryant, nice moves. He's putting on to the left side. Bryant's floater just short. Rouse scrapping for it. Rouse gets the bucket. Count it and one. And that will give the Pacers a chance to trim the lead down to 15, just over 8.5. Butler and Gamble were the 2 Panthers that checked out. Madden McCaffrey and Hall checked back in. Rouse going up to the free throw line is able to knock it down. Picks up point number 3, trims the lead down to 13. Smith Jr. bringing the ball up against Borders. Hard screen there set by Kemp. Borders didn't see it coming. Hall back to Kemp. Kemp hesitates with the shot. Able to draw contact. It's now going to give the Pacers their second team foul. Everett Lewis called for his first. And now the Panthers have a chance to stop a 2-minute, 16 scoring drought. As Kemp knocks down the first free throw. The Pacers starting to find some offense as they're now on a 16 run for the past 2.5 minutes. So now starting to shoot 5 of 23 from the field, 4 of 15 from behind the arc. Kemp knocks down the second free throw, giving him his first 2 points of the evening. Everett Lewis to Rouse. Rouse left side to Bryant. Bryant back to Everett Lewis, top of the key. Everett Lewis trying to find some space. Everett Lewis going up against Hall. Everett Lewis goes up to the rim with it. Can't get the shot, but is able to draw the foul. And if I'm Coach Shields, I'm implementing the Pacers start doing that a lot more as they're trailing by 15. 2 free throws coming up, though, for Everett Lewis. First free throw's up, off the mark. Something that you can't allow to happen. If you have a chance to knock it down from the charity stripe, you got to take advantage of it. Second free throw coming up. See if Everett Lewis can get this one down. He does. Goes 1 of 2 from the line. giving Everett Lewis his first point of the night. Now Pacers come out in a press defense. Smith Jr. trying to find some separation. Ball was stripped, but a foul is called against the Pacers. And with that, we'll have our second media timeout of the half. Pacers trailing the Panthers by 14, 30-16, under 8 minutes to play here in the first half. So we'll be right back with coverage of William Peace basketball right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Welcome back inside the Ferrum. Good turnout for a Tuesday night as Thanksgiving break started today for WPU students. Second home game of the 21-22 season for the Pacers, and hopefully the Pacers can give their fans something to cheer about as they're trailing by 14 to the Panthers. Our score 30-16 coming out of the media timeout as Darius Kemp was called for, I thought he was called for a foul. I was wrong as Smith Jr. is able to knock down a short floater to extend the lead to 16, 32-16, 7:36 to play. Borders over to Rouse. Rouse driving in. Passes back out to Borders. Borders thought about shooting a three. He almost ran into Rouse. Now it says he gives it to Bryant. Bo Bryant knocks down the three. Trims the lead to 13. Bryant has 6. Pacers are able to get a turnover. Now Borders. Pump fake. Down low to Rouse. Rouse, great move. Can't get the shot to fall in. But a foul is called as both teams went up for the rebound opportunity. That will be Rivers' second personal. 16 foul for the Panthers. And that'll send Doolin to the charity stripe. First free throw shot is up. And it's off the back of the mark. Pacers doing a better job of starting to get into an offensive rhythm. They've started moving the ball down inside the lane, drawing contact. But they got to come up on these free throw shots and knock them down where it matters most. Second free throw shot is good for Doolin. Pacers now trail by 12. There were many times in the Virginia Wesleyan game where the Pacers found themselves trailing, but they were able to battle their way back into it as a three-point shot is on the way. Rivers misses everything and then some. Pacers coming back on the other end. Everett Lewis comes up empty-handed on the jump shot. Panthers bringing the ball up once again. Pacers found themselves trailing to the Marlins at many different times in their previous game on Saturdays. The largest lead that the Marlins had at one point was 15. Pacers were able to cut it back to 3 as a foul is called on the floor. Pacer Nation not happy with it. As the foul is going to go against Everett Lewis, and that's his third personal already, and he's probably going to have to go to the bench after Kemp's free throw attempt. First free throw shot is good. As Doolin will sit down. Coach Shields is going to let to keep Everett Lewis out there. As Gupton was the one that checked in for Doolin. Everett Lewis has the ball taken away from him. Tyrell Jr. went crashing hard to the ground as he was trying to get back on the defensive possession. Another foul called against the Pacers. Rivers checks out, Sporns checks in for the Panthers. Rouse will check in for Everett Lewis. Hall checks out for the Panthers. Gamble checks in. Ball goes out of play. Right here in front of our broadcast setup. And now Kemp will take it out directly in front of your television screen. Kemp passes down to the backcourt to Madam McAfee. Gupton will apply the defensive pressure. Pacer bench trying to get into this. Madam McAfee yaks up a three, no good. Rouse comes up with the rebound, dishes it off to Parton. Parton to Rouse. Rouse pump fakes to the right side, passes over to the left side of Gupton. Gupton over to Rouse. Rouse looking for Parton. Parton trying to go against two defenders, passes off to Butler at the last second. Butler's able to score. And the Pacers have now cut the lead down to 12. And head coach Sanborn wants to talk things over with his team. Panthers now shooting 1 of 6 in their last 6 attempts. 1 of 6 as well in their last 6 attempts from behind the arc. And the Pacers are able to cut the Panthers lead down to 12. Just under 5.5 to play here in the first half. Largest lead that the Panthers had so far in this one has been 19 points. That was about 5 minutes ago when the score was 28-9. Panthers have been sharpening the Pacers have been sharpening the axe and are starting to chop down the tree and have cut the lead down to 12. Panthers with possession. Kemp, inbound pass to the right side of Madam McAfee. Madam McAfee will bring it up the court. Long pass to Smith Jr. Smith Jr.'s floater is no good. He gets his own rebound. Panthers had another offensive rebound. Can't come up with anything. Pacers get it back. Rouse, top of the key. Hand off to Gupton. Gupton puts up a three off the mark. Madam McAfee will bring it up the court. Madam McAfee back to Kemp. Kemp goes up to the left side against Butler. Layup no good. Pacers come up with it. I understand what the Pacers have been trying to do by shooting a three-pointer, try and get this within single digits. But at some point you got to start driving into the basket, draw some more fouls, try to send your team to the free throw line as the Pacers turn the ball over once again. Doolin and Phillips will come on. Tyrell Jr. and Gupton will check out. So we have some substitutions as well for the Panthers. We'll wait for those to come on our screen. Smith Jr. will bring it up as Madam McAfee checked out. Butler comes in, and on the other end, the Panthers score to go back up by 14. Following Smith Jr. Smith Jr. shot as Tyler Parton knocks down a three-point shot. Gives him point number 6. Cuts the lead down to 11. Turnover on the other end for the Panthers. Pacers have some number. Phillip, pump fake. Three-point shot coming up off the mark. Phillips gets his own rebound. Right corner. Phillips moves back over, now takes another shot off the mark. Panthers come up with a rebound. As Smith Jr. will bring it up the floor along with Kemp. Smith Jr. moving over to the left side, guarded by Doolin. Double team defense there by the Pacers. Smith Jr. able to get it off. Left side of your screen to Butler. Butler goes up from the left side, able to knock down the layup. Puts the Panthers back up by 13. Rouse, 3-point shot off the back of the rim. Pacers struggling to make contact right now. Smith Jr. guarded by Parton. Smith Jr. just drilling in between his legs. Shot clock down to 10. Parton. Gordon Smith Jr. by half court. Smith Jr. was trying to set up Kemp for an alley-up opportunity. Kemp was fouled on the way up. Goes down to the ground hard. And with that, we'll have a media timeout. Pacers were able to cut the lead down to 12. Panthers have gone right back up by 13. Our score, the Panthers still in front of the Pacers, 38-25. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Back here on the Pacers Sports Network, your Pacers trying to get back on the right track, no pun intended, as they trail the Panthers 38-25, 2:41 left to play in the first half. Doolin was called for his second personal, and off the inbounds pass, Kemp able to knock it down once again from the right side to put the Panthers up by 15. This is the largest the Pacers trailed Saturday against the Marlins. They've trailed as much as 17 tonight so far in this one. Pacers pass the ball around the perimeter. Bryant tries to drive in from the left side, tries to dish it out at the last second to Doolin, but has his pass taken away. Madden McCaffrey, left side, guarded by Everett Lewis. Pass back out to Kemp. Kemp has over to the right side to Gamble. Gamble to Sporins, and Sporins knocks down to 3. He was the big factor in the Panthers' win against Mary Baldwin this past Saturday. And he has 5 so far in this one, shooting 2 of 4 from the field. Bryant in the corner. Pass out to Borders. Borders 3-point shot on the way, off the mark. Kemp. And the Panthers win the ball once again. Now Madden McCaffrey has it. Right side. Guarded by Everett Lewis. Madden McCaffrey moving over towards the center. Sporins once again puts the ball up. Unable to answer. Bryant quickly moving the ball up the court for the Pacers. Passes behind to Everett Lewis. Everett Lewis drives in from the left side. His floater is good. As we're approaching 1 minute to play here. Great effort there by Everett Lewis to try and steal the ball off the inbounds pass. Panthers able to recover it. Sporins down low against Butler. Scores, count the basket, and 1. Free throw coming up for the Panthers. Sporins is starting to get hot for the Pacers. Butler will check out after picking up his first personal. Tyrell Jr. will come on. Kemp checks out. Ladler comes in. As Sporins knocks down the extra free throw. Bryant now. Pass back out to Everett Lewis. Everett Lewis thought about taking a three, instead drives in. Great spin around move there to score. As we approach 30 seconds left in the first. 46-29 our score. Madden McAfee with possession. 3-second differential between the shot clock, game clock. 13 seconds left on the shot clock, or 10 seconds left on the game clock. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. 3-point shot coming up, and it's good. As the Panthers pick up a big three-pointer to now send them into the locker room, up by 20. It's been the Panthers all the way in this one, as they came out swinging for the fences early and currently have a 20-point lead over the Pacers. And the Pacers will finish out the first half shooting 1 of 7 from behind the arc in their last 7 attempts. The Panthers 6 of 7 from the field in their last 7 trips to the basket, and have been dominant in this one. Off some good shooting from behind the arc and down low on either side of the basket. And the Panthers are pretty much getting everything they want in this one. We've officially reached the end of the first half of action here inside the Ferrum. Our halftime score, your Pacers currently trailing the Panthers by a score of 49-29. Coming up on our halftime show, we're going to be joined by the interim women's soccer head coach from this past season and our athletic communication director, Ozzy Peralta. We'll also bring you first half stats and analysis, but first, let's take a quick pause as you're listening to coverage of William Peace basketball presented by the Athletic Communications Department. We'll be right back on the Pacer Sports Network. Welcome back to live stream coverage of William Peace basketball on the Pacer Sports Network presented by the Athletic Communications Department of WPU. Our halftime score currently, your Pacers trail the Panthers 49-29 at the break. Speaking of the Athletic Communications Department, at this time we are being joined by our halftime guest. He is the Swiss Army knife pretty much of WPU Athletics, our Director of Athletic Communications, Assistant Men's Soccer Coach, Interim Head Coach for Women's Soccer, and our Men's Soccer Recruiting Coordinator, Ozzy Peralta. Peralta enters his 3rd year as the Director of Athletic Communications. Prior to this, Peralta served as the Assistant Director of Athletic Communications for 2 years. He is a native of Lewisburg, North Carolina, and Peralta has named a member of the Pacer, has been a member of the Pacer family since the spring of 2015. He served as a student worker for WPU's athletic department his senior year before being named the sports information assistant in the summer of 2017. He and his staff are responsible for the department's website, GoPeacePages.com, which is one of our sponsors for this broadcast, as well as the publication, statistics, and social media for all William Peace athletic teams. Coach Ozzie, is there anything that I left off on your resume, anything that I need to hit on?
No, I think you covered everything.
There you are.
There we go. I don't think you left anything off, Graham. Happy to be on the broadcast. Thanks for having me. Like you said, I really don't describe myself like that. I think this is the first time anyone's really described me as a Swiss Army knife.
Well, glad I could be the first. It's my honor. So you've had an interesting year this past year. Mm-hmm. Not only have you served as the assistant men's soccer coach, which congratulations on the successful season you guys had, making it to the USA South Conference Tournament Final, but you also were named the interim head coach of the women's soccer team. Kind of describe to us the transition that you had going from the assistant coach role. It's been a long day of broadcasting to the interim head coach position.
I would say the biggest difference was obviously really didn't have much time to prep, so it had to be a quick turnaround. I had to practice the day that I was named the interim coach, had to practice later on that night. So really didn't have time to plan, but I think the upside of being the sports information director was that I had watched all of their games, so it was easy for me to kind of know the pieces that I had and what was going on. But yeah, the biggest thing for me was just making sure that we played defensively well, so that was the biggest key to I think our success. Was I know we had to defend better, so that was the first practice, was just defending better and getting our shape and making sure that we were organized. Two big things for me was just organization and defensive work rate. So that was an easy practice, the first one, and then not much time after that. I think I'd practice on a Thursday and then a Friday and then played on Saturday, which was a conference opener. So one, you have to know the pieces that you have and what you have going into the game, and then obviously you still have to scout who you're playing and adjust to that on Friday. So really I had Thursday, and then Friday we were just, you can't do much on a pre-game day, so it was just ironing out some details, and then the game was on Saturday and ended up in a 0-0 double overtime tie, which we missed the mark a little bit in that game, where I think we should have put one in the back of the net, especially going into overtime. And then in overtime, I told them that we had to have the first opportunity, and we did. Just miss. I always tell them to miss far, and we missed just far on that one. But yeah, I mean, it was quite the turnaround just to go one from the men's side to the women's side, just adjusting to the styles of plays of other teams, which is completely different.
Ozzie Peralta joining us on the Pacer Halftime Show. He is the Director of Athletic Communications, the Assistant Men's Soccer Coach. He was the Interim Head Women's Soccer Coach this past season, and he is your Men's Soccer Recruiting Coordinator. Talk a little bit, since you are the Director of Athletic Communications, about a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff that goes into these live stream coverage on the WPU Athletic YouTube channel, and just kind of the nitty-gritty stuff that a lot of our listeners and viewers don't really get to experience from the viewer side of things.
Yeah, so I would say the biggest thing that I guess people don't see is you have the staff that you have, and you got to make it work, and so you have to work to your staff's strengths. And so for us is just trying to add something new, changing it up, and you know, the behind the scenes is they don't like the setup. You know, you have to make sure that everything's in place for the game, because during the game you're doing another job, so you have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Obviously that would be perfect in every SID's world, but they would all tell you across the country that really doesn't happen. So I think that's the biggest thing from behind the scenes, is just prepping before the game to make sure that something doesn't happen during the game, because you're behind the table stat, and you're behind the table doing shot clock, you're behind the table doing something else. So I think the biggest thing is putting people in place that know what they're doing, and if something goes wrong, they can flag it and do that. But those are far and few to come by, especially when you have student interns that there's a lot of turnaround. People graduate, people leave, whatever it is, and so when you get someone like yourself that has been with us for now going on your second year, you pick up on things, and that's what we want, is for you to pick up on things. We would just like consistency in those roles, because then you learn and you pick up on the things that make our jobs easier, and that's really the biggest thing, is just making sure you have people in place that can troubleshoot and take care of things for you while you're behind the table.
Of course, we were working these games together last season when the Herm was empty, and now here we are in the second home game of the season, the return to the Herm this year. What's been the biggest turnaround that you've noticed, and probably the biggest surprise of having fans back here inside the Herm for the men's and women's basketball season this year?
Well, being here for a while now, I wouldn't call it a surprise, but it was really quiet here in the spring. So you heard everything. Coaches got on you a little more just because they had direct access to you, and that's all you could hear was them. So you kind of forget how loud it gets in here, and where we're behind the table, where before we could hear each other in the spring and communicate with each other well and all be on the same page. Now you have to wait a second for the noise to die down, and then you're like, hey, what's going on? What was the call on here? What was the call on that? Where in the spring it was everyone could hear whatever the ref says, and whatever the coaches said. So I think that's been the biggest adjustment, is just remembering that it gets really, really loud in here.
Coach Ozzie, anything that you want to say to our listeners here on the Pacers Sports Network, since you are, I know you're a wrestler fan, you're the head of the table when it comes to the WPU Athletic Communications Department, so any special shout-outs you want to give to any of the listeners?
No, I would just say thank you to everyone that tunes in for us. I think it's a little different, the way we do things, and we appreciate all the support that we get through our YouTube streaming network, and then through our social media, and then our website. So just thank you to everyone that tunes in for us, and I hope you all enjoy it. It's weird seeing it from behind the scenes and doing it as an intern. I didn't know what went into running the game, but a lot of our success is just everyone that supports us. That's how we get success, and how we get views, and how we get likes, and all that other stuff. It's just the impression, I guess, we leave on people. So appreciate you all tuning into the streaming.
Well, Coach Ozzie, thank you for all that you do for the Athletic Communications Department, and thank you for joining us here on the Pacer Halftime Show. Best of luck the rest of the way starting this game for us.
Thank you. Have a good one.
That was Ozzie Peralta. He is the Director of Athletic Communications. He also serves as the Assistant Men's Soccer Coach. He also served as the Interim Head Women's Soccer Coach for this past season, and he is your Men's Soccer Recruiting Coordinator. And he is my boss, and he sure is a good one. Our halftime score within the Herm, Pacers trailing by 22 with the Ferrum Panthers, 49-29. Let's take a quick 30-second pause. When we come back, we will have first half stats and analysis on the Pacers Sports Network. But first, let's take a 30-second pause for live stream connection identification on the Pacers Sports Network. Back here on the Pacer Sports Network, this is the Pacer Halftime Show, as we welcome you back inside the Herm, where your Pacers find themselves trailing to the Ferrum Panthers by a score of 49-29. Let's take a look at the first half stats brought to us by GoPeacePacers.com. As always, for the latest news and updates to game day previews and game recaps from William Peace University Athletics, please visit GoPeacePacers.com. You can also like the Pacers on Facebook or follow them on Instagram and Twitter at GoPeacePacers.com. Leading scorers for the Panthers, first off, is number 11, Michael Spargans. He is leading the Panthers with 11 points, shooting 4 of 7 from the field, 2 of 5 from behind the arc. He is 1 for 1 at the free throw line. He's also notched 1 rebound and 1 steal. He is then followed by number 1, Kawan Madden McCaffey, who has 8 points, shooting 3 of 4 from the field, 2 of 3 from behind the arc, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block. And then you'll have number 0, James Smith Jr., with 6 points, 3 of 7 from the field, 2 rebounds, 2 steals. Panthers, as a team, shooting 19 of 34 from the field at 55%, 6 of 12 from behind the arc at 50%. They're 5 for 5 from the free throw line, shooting at 100%. And then for your Pacers, we have 2 leading scorers, and number 21, Bo Bryant, who is shooting 2 of 4 from the field, 2 of 3 from behind the arc, 3 rebounds, 1 steal. He has 6 points. He's followed by number 5, Tyler Parton, who has 6 points as well, 2 of 3 from the field, 2 of 3 from behind the arc, 1 rebound, 2 assists, 1 steal. And then you have number 3, Isaiah Everett Lewis, who has 5 points. It's 2 of 8 from the field, 0 of 2 from behind the arc, 1 of 2 from the free throw line, 2 rebounds, 1 steal. He only had 2 personal fouls. I thought earlier in the first half he had 3. Pacers as his team shooting 10 of 36 from the field at 27%, 6 of 23 from behind the arc at 26%, 3 of 5 from the free throw line at 60%. They have 19 total rebounds, 6 team assists, 4 steals, and 6 fouls. Apologies to number 11, Michael Spargans, for the mispronunciation of his name throughout the first half. He's not only making me pay for it, but he's making the Pacers pay for it as well, since he is the leading scorer for the Panthers. TP for 3, off the mark. Pacers empty-handed on their first offensive possession. On the other side, Smith Jr. passes over to the left to Kemp. Kemp moves over to right center against Bryant. Long air pass to Hall in the corner. Hall passes out to the right side to Smith Jr., who lost his footing. Smith Jr. passes out to Rivers. Rivers switches over, and the Panthers are called for a travel as Kemp was going up to the basket. So the Panthers pick up a turnover on their first offensive possession of the second half. Pacers now working from right to left. Doolin to the left of our broadcast set. Bounce pass to Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. goes up against Kent. Tyrell Jr. nice move underneath the basket. Pacers on the second chance opportunity, they are able to score as Tyrell Jr. missed the layup. But I believe it was Bryant who got the second chance opportunity for point number 8. Rivers, right side to Hall. Hall now drives down the center of the lane, turns the ball over. Tyrell Jr. on the other side up against Kemp. Loses the ball, gets it back. Tyrell Jr. goes up. He has the ball swatted from behind by Rivers. Fans wanted a foul, no call given. Smith Jr., nice step move to get past Phillips. Unable to finish. Pacers get the ball back. Tyrell Jr., 3-point shot on the way, off the mark. Smith Jr. grabs the rebound. Smith Jr. passes behind to Madden McCaffey. Madden McCaffey guarded by Phillips. Phillips swings over to the left side of Kemp. Kemp swings over to his up the hall. Has the ball put away by Bryant. Bryant comes up. Easy layups able to fall for Bryant. Pacer bench starting to get into it as the Panthers trail by 3. Parton guarded Smith Jr. heavily. Smith Jr. working right to left now, double team. Tyrell Jr. strips the ball out. 2 Pacers battle on the floor for it. Parton drives down the lane. Parton goes up where they can't get the shot to fall, but is fouled. And the Pacers starting to show some life here inside the Ferrum. And actually a technical foul is going to be assessed. So I believe number 13, Everett Rivers, first technical of the game, and first technical that we've seen inside the Ferrum this season, as Phillips knocks down the first free throw. Second free throw on the way. That one's good. So Phillips knocks down the 2 free throws off the technical foul. And actually, it might have been Smith Jr. who picked up the technical for the Panthers. It was either Smith Jr. or Rivers. Yeah, no, it's going to go to Smith Jr., his first technical foul. Portland knocks down both free throws. Pacers have cut the lead down to 12. 3.5 ticked away here in half number 2. Panthers quickly move the ball down the floor. Madden McCaffrey tries to swing it out. Kim swings it over to Hall. 3-point shot on the way, off the mark. Madden McCaffrey gets the rebound. Reach-in foul called by Portland. He's trying to plead his case. Official doesn't want to hear it. Actually, no, they're going to say that foul went against Everett Lewis. The official signal number 3 to the scores table. We'll get clarification on that. Meanwhile, Madden McCaffrey puts up a 3-point shot from the left side. No good. Bryant comes up with a rebound, as it was Everett Lewis who picked up the foul. He now has 3 personal. Tyrell Jr. passes back out to Everett Lewis. Swings it over to Doolin. 3-point shot on the way, off the mark. Portland tries to battle for it. Can't come up with it. Madden McCaffrey will bring the ball up the court. Madden McCaffrey passes it back out to Kemp. Swings it over to the left side of Hall. Hall driving down the lane. Passes it back out to Madden McCaffrey. Madden McCaffrey passes it back out to Kemp. 3-point shot on the mark. It's good. And now the official gives a signal for a foul on the floor after Kemp, and picks up his 9th point off Madden McCaffrey's 4th assist to put the Panthers back up by 15. So we're waiting to see what that official call was that the official made after the 3-point shot was made. We'll wait for it to come up on the stat sheet. As Doolin will give the bounce pass into Bryant. Bryant thought about swinging it down low. Doolin's 3-point shot on the mark. Bang! It's good! Pacers cut the lead back down to 12. Pacers starting to show some life on the defensive end. Doolin gets a handout in front, intercepts the pass. Last touch by the Panthers, and possessions coming back to the Pacers. Pacers trail by 12 with just about 4 minutes played so far in the second half. Bryant will take it out from the right side of the scores table. Everett Lewis bringing the ball up the court. Pacers moving right to left. Everett Lewis going up against 2 defenders. Nice little floater, just shy. Panthers able to maintain possession and keep the ball in play. Madden McCaffrey passes it back up to Kemp. Kemp handoff pass to Hall. Hall goes right down the center of the lane. Can't get the layup to fall. Everett Lewis comes up the rebound. Everett Lewis had his pass intercepted by Kemp, gets it back. Everett Lewis pass over to the right side of Doolin. Swings it over to the right to Portland in front of his bench. Portland back up top to Bryant. Bryant thought about going up down the lane with it. Tries to pass it out to Portland. It goes off the fingertip of Kemp. So possession will stay with the Pacers. Pacers showing some life here to start off the second half, trying to make things interesting. They've cut the lead down to 12. Panthers led by 20 at the half, as we're now 5.5 ticked away here in the second half. Media timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them as you're listening to coverage of William Peace basketball on the Pacers Sports Network. Welcome back inside the Ferrum on the Pacers Sports Network. We have played over 5.5 so far in the second, as the Pacers, who were trailing by as much as 20 to start off the second half, have now trimmed the lead down to 12 and have possession of the ball. Inbounds pass from Bryant to Rouse. Rouse throws it into the backcourt to Everett Lewis, who are now bringing up from the right side. Pacers working right to left. Swings it over to Tyler Parton. Tyler Parton, three-point shot. Way off. And Matt McAfee will bring it up the floor. Pass over to the left side to Kemp. Hands it off to Gamble. Gamble pass over to the right side of Smith Jr. Smith Jr. to Matt McAfee in the corner. Three-point shot. No good. Bryant battling for the rebound. Ball goes out of play. And they're going to say it went off the fingertips of Bryant. Pacers have looked good on their defensive possessions to start off the second half. They've had a couple of good stops, caused some turnovers. Let's see if they can cut the lead into single digits and get a stop right here as Matt McAfee takes a shot from the right side corner. Spins around the rim, no good. Borders will bring it up the court for the Pacers. Rouse. In front of Gamble. Pass over to the right side to Everett Lewis. Everett Lewis back to Rouse. Rouse goes over against two defenders. Can't get the layup to fall. Contact is made. And that will send Gamble, or excuse me, that's going to send Everett Lewis to the free throw line. Foul called against Spargans for his first personal. Rouse, 1 of 1 so far at the free throw line tonight. Make that 2 of 2. That's now number 2. Jamar Butler will come back on for the Panthers. Matt McAfee will check back out. Rouse now perfect from the charity stripe, 3 for 3. He has 5 points. 5 rebounds to match it. Pressure in the backcourt for the Pacers as Butler lost the ball momentarily. As a Panther player bringing the ball up the court was double teamed. Foul's going to call it against Rouse on the right side of the score table. That will be Rouse's first personal. Panthers still in the lead. They're only up by 10 now. Pacers looking for a defensive stop. Jump shot coming up, no good by Smith Jr. Pop it back out. Smith Jr. makes the Pacers pay on the second chance opportunity as they knock down a three-pointer. Timeout on the floor following Smith Jr.'s 9th point of the evening on the Butler assist. I believe the timeout was called by the Pacers. Excuse me, it's going to be a Ferrum timeout, only 30 seconds, so we'll stay on the air. That's their first timeout of the half. The Panthers are now shooting 1 of 5 in their last 5 attempts. Pacers aren't doing much better as they're shooting 1 of 4 in their last 4 attempts. From behind the arc, they're 1 of 10 in their last 10 attempts and find themselves trailing by 13. Pacers so far in the second half shooting 3 of 10 from the field at 30%. 1 of 5 from behind the arc at 20%. They're 6 of 6 from the free throw line. Panthers 2 of 9 from behind the field, shooting at 22%. 2 of 6 from behind the arc at 33%. Panthers have not taken a trip to the charity stripe so far in the second half as Garrett Phillips checks out. Michael Dooling comes in. Pacers have the ball, trailing by 13. Borders to Everett Lewis. Everett Lewis drives down the lane, goes up with it. Draws contact once again. This is going to be back-to-back possessions that the Pacers have tried to attack the board and have been able to draw fouls. And that's what the Pacers need to continue to do, as they've been perfect so far from the free throw line to start the second half. They're 9 of 11 in total, shooting at 81% from the free throw line. The numbers speak for themselves. Pacers, 81% from the charity stripe. They're shooting at 25% from behind the arc, 28% from the field. And if I'm the Pacers, I'm taking the ball to the rack every single time I'm on an offensive possession, unless you have a wide open shot to knock down to three, and you're putting the ball in your best three-point scorer, which right now tonight has been Michael Doolin and both Bo Bryant, who are shooting 2 of 3 from behind the arc, as Everett Lewis knocks down the first free throw. Second free throw approaching. Second free throw no good. Everett Lewis now 2 of 4 of the night. Kemp picks up his 9th rebound. Kemp now hands it off to Gamble. Or excuse me, hands it off to Gamble, now passes off to Spargans. And as Gamble loaded up for a three-point shot, a slap of the wrist by the Pacers. Foul called. That's going to go against Borders for his first personal. Everett Lewis will check out, who's playing with 3 personal fouls. Borders will stay in. Smith Jr., left side, front of his bench. Now drives in the lane, dishes it out to the right corner, three-point shot on the way, no good. Smith Jr. picks up the rebound for the Panthers. Now puts it right into the basket, where Spargans throws down the slam. Puts the Pacers back down by 14. Borders of Doolin. Swings over to the right side to Rouse, who couldn't hold on to the possession of the pass, gets it back. Now trying to find somebody to pass it to, where he gives a nice give and go to Bryant, who just misses underneath the basket. Smith Jr. brings it back up for the Pacers. Spargans over to Butler. Butler, quick pass to Gamble. Gamble swings it over to Smith Jr. Smith Jr. goes up to the rack where they can't get it down. Panthers come up with an offensive rebound. Swings it back out in the corner. Another three-pointer taken. Coach Shields has to call a timeout after the Panthers come up with back-to-back offensive possessions or offensive rebounds on their offensive possessions and knock down back-to-back three-pointers. This time, previous shot coming by Butler for point number 8. Panthers go back up by 17 or score 60-43, 12-18 to play in the game. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Back here on the Pacers Sports Network, where the Panthers have jumped back out in front by 17 with under 12 and a half to play here. Coming off back-to-back offensive rebounds that they were able to swing back out to knock down back-to-back three-pointers. As now the Panthers in the second half shooting 3 of 8 from behind the arc. Pacers will come out of the timeout with possession. Porton to Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. to Doolin. Doolin wide open, three-point shot, no good. Ladler grabbed the rebound, gives it to Gamble, who will take it up the floor. Now Gamble, left side of the court, matched up by Rouse. Panthers swing the ball around the perimeter. Now Smith Jr. drives in from the right side. Layup no good. Ladler will just fall on top of the ball. And it sounds like a foul is going to be called against the Pacers as Ladler was on the ground. After Ladler picked up his third rebound of the night, second offensive, as we're waiting to get the official word of what the call was. As Ferrum just called a timeout while Ladler had possession on the ground. So therefore, we'll take a timeout with them. Scratch that. We'll stay with the action as the Panthers would now take the ball out from the baseline. Gamble from the baseline. Trying to find somebody to get it out to. Finally gets it into Spargans. Spargans passes over to Smith Jr., who comes into the right side. Now being defended by Parton. Smith Jr. loses the ball. Gives it back to Spargans. Spargans gives it back to Smith Jr. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Spargans has to put a shot up. Panthers are called for the shot clock violation. Good defensive hold by the Pacers. That will give them the ball back as Everett Lewis will come in. Rouse will check out. Bryant will take it from the right corner to the right side of our broadcast station. Now Portland bringing it up. Passes to Bryant at the top of the key. Dishes it down to Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. back to Bryant. Bryant three-point shot on the way. No good. Scuffle for it. Ball goes out of play. And the official says possession's going to stay with the Panthers. Panthers Pacers here on a Tuesday night. Our final broadcast before Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving break started today for William Peace University. Good turnout tonight inside the Ferrum. As ball goes out of play. But they're going to say it was last touch by the Panthers. Fans, don't forget, stick around for the Pacer postgame show coming up immediately after this broadcast. We'll have a live interview with head coach Claude Shields following this game. We'll also give you the final stats and analysis brought to you by GoPeacePacers.com. We'll give you a scoreboard of the action around the rest of the USA South, and we'll preview the next game the WPU men's basketball team has, which is Tuesday, November 30th, when we come back from the Thanksgiving break as the Pacers have their first USA South Conference matchup against the Greensboro College Pride. Pacers, even though they're trailing down by 7, trying to play with a lot of pride here to close out this final 10:46 on the clock. As Gamble knocks down 2 free throws after Tyrell Jr. picked up second personal. Smith Jr. and Gamble check out. Madden McAfee and Hall check back in. Possession is going to stay with the Panthers, which makes me believe that there was a technical foul that I missed. I'm not seeing it on the stat sheet. Either way, Panthers have the ball. Driving in from the left side is Butler with a nice move and finding his way to the basket. Panthers now with their largest lead of the evening at 21, under 10.5 to play. Parton to Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. hands it back off to Parton. Parton drives in from the right side. He's fouled on the way up. That's going to send him to the free throw line. Pacers have been scoreless for the past 3.5 minutes. They're 1 of 7 from the field in their last 7 attempts, 1 of 12 in their last 3-point shots. Parton's able to break the score and skid as he knocks down the first free throw. Doolin will check out for the Pacers. Rouse will come back in. Second free throw by Parton. Takes a bounce off the rim. And now Madden McAfee will bring it up for the Panthers. Butler swings it over to Spargans. Spargans passes back to Ladler. That's Butler going up against Parton. Butler called for a travel. That's going to get possession back to the Pacers, and that's going to give the Panthers their 12th turnover of the night. Everett Lewis. Short pass to Rouse. Rouse going up against Hull. Passes over to Tyler Parton. Tyler Parton directing traffic. Passes over to the right side of Tyrell Jr. Tyrell Jr. will now drive in from the right side. Tyrell Jr. called for the travel. He's frustrated by the call. Now Ladler will get ready to take it out from the baseline for the Panthers. Pacers with a full court press. As now the Panthers just had to do a deep ball to get the ball on the other side of the court. Pacers able to cause a turnover. Pass over to Atwood. 3-point shot on the way. Atwood knocks it down. And that breaks the 3-point skid for the Pacers and gives Atwood his first bucket of the night. Tough defense there by Parton on Butler. Panthers getting the offensive rebound and more. And as Butler goes up for it, he hits the ground hard. Pushing foul called, I believe, against Everett Lewis after Butler picked up his 4th rebound, his 2nd offensive, to go right back up to the rack with it, and was fouled by Everett Lewis. Picks up his 4th. Everett Lewis knocks down the first free throw. Parton and Tyrell Jr. will check out. Borders will come on. Along with Bryant, I want to say. As Butler misses the 2nd free throw. Spargans and Ladler check out. Kemp and Rivers back in on the other side of things. Pacers quickly go up to the rack, unable to finish. Panthers are called for a foul, which is now going to put the Pacers in the bonus. Everett Lewis still playing in the game with 4 fouls. Knocks down the first free throw. Pacers now in a 15-1 run over the last minute, 45 seconds. As Butler checks out. Smith Jr. comes back in for the Panthers. Everett Lewis knocks down both free throws, giving him 8 points for the night. Pacers, full court press once again. Hall racing down the floor. Gets in to Smith Jr. Smith Jr. trying to stay on 2 feet. He's called for a travel instead. The full court press works in favor for the Pacers. Now we'll give him possession back as Bo Bryant will take it right out. in your living room or laptop, wherever you're watching this game on. This is coverage of WPU basketball on the Pacer Sports Network. Stick around, Pacer postgame show coming up. Speaking of shots, things coming up. Bo Bryant's three-point shot off the mark. Hall and Butler, or Kemp with numbers for the Panthers. Count the bucket, it's good. As Kemp is now in double digits, following the Pacers foul on the layup opportunity. Coming up on the Pacer postgame show, we'll have a preview of the upcoming games of both teams. Quick observations following the game. Head coach Claude Shields will join us on the broadcast for postgame questions, and then we'll have final stats presented by GoPeacePacers.com, followed by a look around of the USA South scoreboard and the final thoughts following the action tonight as the Pacers trail by 19. Smith Jr. passes back up top to Kemp. Kemp, nice pass from behind the legs. Now passes over to the left side of Madden McAfee. Madden McAfee, jump shot in front of Phillips is good. As now Madden McAfee is in double digits. 4 Panthers players in double digits now. I believe a turnover was just called against the Pacers. And with that, that's going to give us a media timeout. Just a little bit over 7.5 to play here in the second half. Pacers now trailing 70-49. The Panthers have taken full control of this one. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network following the Pacers' second timeout. Panthers have matched their leading scoring margin for the second time tonight as they lead the Pacers by 21. 7:31 to play here in the second half. Pacers with possession. Everett Lewis throws it over the head of Phillips into the crowd inside the Herm, and we'll give the ball back to the Panthers. Pacers picking up their 9th turnover. Pouring back in for borders of your Pacers. Madden McAfee bringing the ball up for the Panthers. Nice little floater inside the free throw margin is good. Now giving the Panthers a 23-point lead. Phillips to Rouse. Rouse goes in between 2 defenders, has the ball stripped away from him by Rivers. Madden McAfee will bring the ball up the floor once again, passes out to the right side corner, 3-point shot, no good by Smith Jr. Panthers get the offensive rebound. What else is new? And Kemp is able to get the second chance opportunity to fall in, as the Pacers have now been scoreless for the last 2 minutes and 9 seconds. They're now 1 of 7 from behind the arc off Cole Atwood's 3-point miss. Panthers 3 of 4 from the field. Their last 4 trips down. 3-point shot on the way from Madden McAfee. Over the rim. Rouse brings it up. Rouse strips the ball away Rouse has the ball stripped away from Madden McAfee. Little one-on-one crime there. Possession will stay in favor for the Pacers as Tyrell Jr. will come back on. Rouse will check out. Panthers have extended their margin to 25. Three-point shot on the way by Phillips, spins out. Panthers come up with a rebound. Over 5.5 to play. Madden McAfee to Kemp. Kemp swings over to the left side of Hall. Panthers moving the ball well around the perimeter. Kemp with it once again. Throws the ball below the basket. Hall dishes it back out to Rivers. Rivers, shot no good. Everett Lewis will bring the ball up. The jacket is off. Coach Shields not happy. Timeout on the floor as the Panthers are starting to play around with their food here as they have a 25-point lead, under 5.5 left. Third timeout for the Pacers. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. Back inside the Herm. Pacers trail the Panthers by 25. Our score is 74-49. Under 5.5 to play here in regulation. Pacers will take a break for Thanksgiving. We'll be back in action for their third home game in a row against the Greensboro College Pride next Tuesday. Coverage as always on the Pacers Sports Network. Doolin dishes the ball back out to Everett Lewis. Everett Lewis swings over to the right side of Phillips. Phillips back up top to Everett Lewis. Everett Lewis to Doolin, driving to the left side of the basket. Doolin attempts a bounce pass, intercepted by Madden McAfee. And the Panthers will start to slow down and dictate the pace of play. 15 on the shot clock, 4:50 to go in the game. Smith Jr. backs up to the Pacer logo. Guarded by Phillips. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Smith Jr. goes up, passes out. Extra pass taken by the Panthers. Three-point shot is knocked down by Rivers as the shot clock expires. It's been the story of the night all night long for the Panthers as they extend their lead to 28. Phillips Jr.'s, or Phillips I should say, tries to respond for the Pacers. His three-point shot no good. Madden McAfee tried to pass the ball back up top for Kemp. Travel called against the Panthers. Another timeout called by the Pacers. Another timeout on the floor. This time it's a media timeout. And we'll take one with them as we're under the 5-minute mark to play here. Panthers still in front. Our score is 77-49. We'll be right back on the Pacers Sports Network. The big difference tonight has been the rebounding. Panthers out-rebounding the Pacers by 20. Out-rebounded the Pacers on the offensive board by 5. And out-rebounded the Pacers on the defensive board by 15. Turnovers once again a big factor for the Pacers as they have 11. And find themselves trailing by a large margin. As they're able to knock down a three-point shot. Bo Bryant for point number 13. Cuts the margin down to 25. Panthers respond once again with a long jumper. Rouse and Tyrell Jr. will check in. Bryant limps over off the court. It's going to be attended to the trainer. Parton also checking out. Owens, Everett Lewis, and Borders back in. Following Madam McAfee's layup. He now has 14. Owens has just checked in for his first show of minutes for the Pacers tonight. Doolin has it on the left side corner. Doolin, nice last second effort to hold on to the ball, draw in 2 defenders as Rouse is able to score. Now Everett Lewis a little tripping up as he limps down the court. Smith Jr., Rivers, check out. Gamble and Spargans. Check back in for the Panthers. Rouse just picked up his second personal. That's now going to put the Panthers in the bonus and send Madam McAfee to the free throw line with 3 minutes exactly left to play in this one. Tough game for the Pacers tonight. This is now going to put them in a crossroads situation as the rest of the season is in their hands following this one. The slate doesn't get much easier as they have their first conference showing when we return from Thanksgiving break against the Greensboro College Pride next Tuesday. They then travel on the road to Methodist for their first conference game on the road as Rouse puts up a three-pointer, goes far right. As now Matt Van Stardunen checks in for the Pacers. Doolin checks out. Panthers throw up a wild pass on their next possession. They're going to say it was the last touch by the Pacers. Three-point shot on the way for the Panthers, no good. As they're able to notch another offensive rebound. With under 2.5 to play. Pacers trail by 27. Basket is good. Have another shot coming up. As now Aiden Gamble will step up to the free throw line following Jalen Owens' first personal. So now Donald Tyrell will check in for Rouse. Gamble's free throws no good. Panthers, of course, get an offensive rebound. Can't score on the second chance opportunity. Now Coach Shields will start to put some reserve players in. Owens. Handoff to Wheeler, who's also checked into the game. Borders now to Stardunen. Stardunen to Wheeler. Wheeler puts up a three off the mark. And as Gamble was coming down the court at a full head of steam, he's taken out from behind by Tyrell. That'll be Tyrell's first foul, and that's going to put the Panthers right back on the free throw line. And now, number 32, Aquay Mosley, will check in for Borders. So it's going to be a group of reserve players to close out the final 2 minutes of this one. Gamble knocks down the first free throw. So now give the Panthers their largest lead of 31. Panthers are going to leave Raleigh, North Carolina and head into the Thanksgiving break with their largest margin of victory so far for the season. Just 4 games in. Unfortunately enough, it had to come against the Pacers. Pacers look to rebound and reset before their first conference game next Tuesday. Under a minute and a half to play. Joshua Reeves going against Van Staldunen. Takes Reeves right to the basket to score. Panthers up by 33. And now head coach of the Panthers, Tyler Sanborn, will empty out the personnel. Mosley passes out to Owens. Owens goes up to the basket. Shot no good, gets his own miss. Now drives back in for the left side, has his shot blocked. Panthers come up with a rebound. So now we'll have a stoppage in play. Panthers will make some more substitutions. So now Thurman Smith will take the ball out from the side court to the right of your screen. Sammy Townsend will check in for the Pacers. Owens will check out. Under a minute to play. 42 seconds exactly. Pacers down by 33. Reeves trying to create some space, pass out to the left side to Boykin. As Wheeler is able to get a hand on the pass intended for Carson. That'll be a backcourt violation against the Panthers. That's going to give the Pacers their final possession. .20 seconds left to play here. Pacers will look to just hold on to the ball. Might try to get one more shot up. Townsend trying to find an empty man. And the Pacers take a shot clock violation. And all the Panthers will do is just end down the pass, hop on the bus, head back up to Virginia, and celebrate Thanksgiving with a big victory. Their largest victory of the season so far, as they will walk away from this one with an 87-54 victory over the Pacers to now improve to 2-1 overall for the season, as they now get ready to host their 5th USA South opponent, as they'll come back to North Carolina to Fayetteville to face the Methodist Monarchs this Sunday. Tip-off at 2 p.m. Your Pacers now drop to 1-3 overall for the season. They're now 0-2 at home. They look to reset and get ready to face their first USA South Conference opponent, as they will take on Greensboro College following the Thanksgiving break this Tuesday, November 30th. It wasn't pretty, that's for sure. Pacers fell behind early. They had spurts where they were able to kind of fight their way back into it, cut the lead down a little bit. But the Panthers' offensive rebounding and three-point shooting ability was just too much for the Pacers to try and stop. We're going to take a quick pause as we get ready to start the Pacer post-game show. But before we do that, let's take a quick break as the final score from inside the Herm. Pacers fall big time to the Panthers by a final score of 87-54. Pacers now drop their second one in a row before they get ready for USA South Conference play. Pacer postgame show coming up. We'll hear from head coach Claude Shields following this loss. We'll also give you final stats and analysis along with a scoreboard of what's going on around the rest of the USA South. It's all coming up. Pacer postgame show up next following the Pacers' 87-54 loss to the Ferrum College Panthers. You're now listening in to the Pacers postgame show presented by GoPeacePacers.com. Fans, as always, for the latest news and updates from all things WPU athletics. Please visit GoPeacePacers.com. You can also like the Pacers on Facebook or follow the Pacers on Instagram and Twitter. Tough night for Pacer Nation as the Pacers are now 0-2 in their first games back at home in front of a live audience, as they now drop back-to-back games against really good opponents here inside the Herm. Pacers falling to the Ferrum College Panthers by a final score of 87-54. This is the Pacer postgame show. Coming up in just a little bit, we will have post-game comments from head coach Claude Shields. We'll also give you the final stats and analysis from tonight's game. As I can tell you, it's going to be lopsided, as the Panthers just came in here and played with their food. And to quote the trademark signature of North Carolina's National Football League team, the Carolina Panthers, the Ferrum College Panthers, kept pounding over the Pacers all night long. Panthers now improved to 3-1 overall for the season. They are 1-1 at home. They are now 2-0 on the road. And they are giving USA South Conference opponents a run for their money, as they are now 4-0 against the USA South. Their fifth and final game against USA South opponents coming up this Sunday, as they'll travel back down to North Carolina on the road at Fayetteville to face the Methodist University Monarchs. And best of luck to the Ferrum College Panthers for the rest of the way. They definitely have earned their respect. They deserve every single bit of it. And it's a very good team. A very good team full of a lot of seniors and juniors. And Smith Jr. was a big factor tonight for this Panthers team, along with Madden McCaffrey and Aiden Gamble, as the Panthers just got everything that they wanted and then some against the Pacers. And it's unfortunate that the Pacers now have to go into the Thanksgiving break with this loss weighing on their shoulders, as they now find themselves at a fork in the road and have to figure out how to rebound from this loss before they have their first USA South Conference game against the Greensboro College Pride on Tuesday. Pacers now fall to 1-3 overall for the season. 2-game lose streak. They are 0-2 at home, still 1-1 on the road. Again, their next game will take place this Tuesday against Greensboro College. And Greensboro College is going to be any conference game that you play, especially your first conference game, is tough. When you look at the Greensboro College Pride, they're not having the best season as well, as they have an overall record of 2-4, as they're 2-2 on the road. So they've had their struggles. Their last win, in their last game, they played Brevard College and were able to beat the Tornadoes by a final score of 78-62. When the Pacers played against the Pride last season, they split the series. First meeting taking place on Friday, January 29th in Greensboro. Pride walked away with a 5-point win over the Pacers. The final score 86-81. And then 2 days later, in the NBA-like scheduling, the Pacers played the Pride here in Raleigh and were able to come away with a 1-point victory by a final score of 93-92. And the Pacers have to find a way to rewrite the ship quickly, as they had a good game this past Saturday against Virginia Wesleyan, even though they fell just short in a 6-point loss. But there were moments there where the Pacers found themselves down early, sort of in this one, and were able to cut the lead margin. At one point, the Pacers were trailing by 17. That was the largest lead that the Panthers were able to possess. That was the largest lead that they were able to get over the Pacers. Unlike the Marlins, Pacers were able to cut that lead down to 12, but midway through the second half, the Panthers just started to run away with it, and that was part by offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds, and on possessions when the Panthers would drive into the basket and pick up offensive rebounds. due to their size and height advantage against the Pacers, they were able to get the rebound and were able to pop it back out in the corners and knock down three-point shots. That's how the Panthers were able to extend their lead and pretty much run away with this one. Still to come on the Pacer postgame show, we're waiting for head coach Claude Shields to come out of the locker room and join us for his postgame comments. We'll give you a wraparound of the USA South, and we'll give you the final stats and well, let's go ahead and give you the final stats and analysis as they've just come in. Leading scores for the Panthers. For number 2, Kawan Madden McAfee, who finished with 16 points. He shot 6 of 11 from the field, 2 of 7 from behind the arc. He was 2 of 2 at the free throw line. He had 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. He was then followed by number 4, Darius Kemp, who had 14 points, 4 of 8 from the field, 1 of 1 from behind the arc. He was 5 of 5 at the free throw line. He had 13 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block as well. And then number 11, Michael Spargans, who had 13 points, 5 of 9 from the field, was 2 of 5 from behind the arc, 1 of 1 from the free throw line. He had 4 rebounds, 1 steal. The Panthers as a team shot 32 of 65 from the field at 49%. They were 10 of 24 from behind the arc, 13 of 15 from the free throw line, shooting at 86%. They grabbed 53 rebounds as a team, 16 of those offensive, 37 defensive. They had 16 team assists, 5 steals, 4 blocks, 13 fouls, and only turned the ball over 16 times. For your Pacers, Bo Bryant was the lone Pacer to get in double digits tonight, as he led the team with 13 points, shooting 5 of 10 from the field, 3 of 6 from behind the arc. He notched 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals. He was followed by number 5, Tyler Parton, who had 9 points, shooting 2 of 5 from the field, 2 of 5 from behind the arc, 3 of 4 from the charity stripe. Parton grabbed 1 rebound, 2 assists, 1 steal. And after Parton, you had number 3, Isaiah Everett Lewis, who had 8 points. He was 2 of 9 from the field, 0 of 2 from behind the arc, 4 of 6 from the charity stripe. Everett Lewis was able to tally 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals. And the Pacers as a team tonight shot 16 of 26 from the field for 25%, 9 of 40 from behind the arc at 22%, 13 of 17 from the free throw line at 76%. And as a team, the Pacers grabbed 29 rebounds, 10 of those offensive, 19 of those defensive. They had 9 team assists, 9 steals, no blocks, 15 team fouls, and turned the ball over 12 times. Head coach Claude Shields has now joined us on the Pacer postgame show following his team's 87-54 loss at home to the Ferrum College Panthers. Coach Shields, obviously just not really the way that you want to start off the Thanksgiving break and kind of sit on things following this loss, but just whenever you're ready, provide an opening statement, and we'll go in with the post-game questions.
Absolutely. Hats off to Tyler, Coach Sanborn and his group. A good buddy of mine who I've known for ever since I've been a coach. So I was wrong about what I thought the game would be. We've had some good battles over the years. They really took it to us. Ultimately, I think what I just told the team in the locker room was, we as a coaching staff and then me as the head coach, we didn't get our guys ready to play tonight. And I think ultimately that's where it lies, is with us, is getting them ready to play in the right physical mindset and the right mental mindset. And you can see, we were jumped on right out of the gate. So that's something we've got to fix with the young group, is getting them ready to play from the start, because, in a lot of the games with where we are with our inexperience and youth, is we'll be underdogs, right? And we've got to embrace that mentality and be ready to go.
Sorry, there's my mic. Coach Shields, Ferrum jumped out to an early lead in this one, sort of as Virginia Wesleyan did, except Ferrum made it a lot more harder to kind of get back in this one, unlike Virginia Wesleyan. What do you think was the cause of that, and what do you think your team could have done a little bit better to close the gap at times, such as you guys did against Virginia Wesleyan on Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the group that we have, what we have to figure out is that, if we want to be competitive only when the ball's going in the basket, right? We did not shoot it well. I thought we took good shots that we normally make that we just didn't make at enough rate, but you can't, that can't be the trigger to start defending and start rebounding and doing all the things that we need to do. So we've got to change that mindset. I thought we came out at halftime really well, and I guess we went on an 8-0 run and cut it to 12. And but we got to be, once again, when you dig a big hole, you've got to be able to. It takes a lot of effort to get all the way back, and we couldn't do that. We couldn't hang around enough to be able to make it a little more of a game. So we've got to take some big strides defensively.
You only had one player who was able to get in double digits tonight. That was number 21, Bo Bryant, who had 13 points, shooting 5 of 10 from the field. Good news for Bryant, it was sort of a better game that he had against Virginia Wesleyan. Unfortunately for the rest of your team, it was not the performance that you wanted. How do you find a way to get guys, maybe like Bryant, who in the last game didn't have his best performance, in tonight's game, back on track so you can distinguish the scoring a little bit better against Greensboro College?
Yeah, and Greensboro, when they come in here a week from tonight, they were able to win at Ferrum on Ferrum's opening night. So if our guys, if their attention is not grabbed by that fact, right? Ferrum, who came in and got us pretty good, lost to Greensboro. If we're not ready for that, heck, I need a new job because I can't motivate the way I think I can. So I have no doubt that we will be able to utilize this break for Thanksgiving and come back and have one of the hard things with a young group of having so many games in a row in a short period of time is we haven't had enough practices where there's a game, not a game the next day, because those practices are a little bit different, a little more mental. So we need some practice time where we can really get after it and worry about us and fixing some of the issues that we had tonight. The message is, hey, look, like we just got served an early slice of humble pie for Thanksgiving, and it may not taste great, but I think it could be the best thing that happened to our group, just to see what we have moving forward and how much we want, do our actions back up what we say.
Looking ahead to your next opponents, the Greensboro College Pride, you guys play them when you guys come back from the break, November 30th at 7 o'clock p.m. That game can be found right here on the Pacer Sports Network. They currently have an overall record 2-4. They're 2-2 on the road, so they're kind of half and half this season. Their previous win coming against Brevard College this past Saturday, 78-62 victory. Last season when you guys played them, it was a barn burner each time. So is there some excitement factor just because you had close games with them last year, and it could be a really good chance for y'all to sort of rewrite the ship and rewrite this loss in your first conference game of the season?
Yeah, that's going to be the goal, right? I told the team I'm trying to keep my talk to them short because, once again, it's never as good as you think it is. It's never as bad. And tonight was bad, obviously, watching it. You watched it. But I think, there will be some pieces that we can pull from it, right? We don't just throw things in the trash can and not use them. We're going to learn and grow from it. Hopefully we can have them ready with a couple of days of practice for, when you start conference play, you're 0-0, right? That's another reason why we play the schedule that we play in non-conference. You don't want results like this, but once again, we want to be able to compete in our league, and hopefully that's something that losses like this can propel us towards.
Your sophomore guard, I don't mean to be cliched here, but number 20, Malachi Borders, who finished with 0 points, shot 0-2 from the field, 0-2 from behind the arc, 1 rebound, 1 assist, is currently out here taking shots. Did you just kind of chew? Now, I don't want to say chew into him personally. I know you don't like to signal out one player, but did you kind of light a fire under the team in the locker room following this loss, and you think he's taking it kind of personal?
Well, I didn't light a fire. You'd be amazed how tame I was and am, because really our message in every post game, and this will be a common theme with every time I talk to you after the game, is, until we truly see it, right? Like, I think I know how it was, but I don't know if maybe there's a lot smarter coaches than me out there, but I really have to see it and then watch it multiple times, and that'll be one we watch multiple times. But Malachi, and then I think he's going to have Tyler Parton, our starting guard, join him here in a second, based on what I'm seeing. Like, they're two of the guys that, they are completely bought into what our culture is of our program. They did this after every game last year during the COVID year, which is really cool, and Tyler played a good bit. Malachi did not. And so, we need more guys like that. I mean, I'd be a lot more excited if perhaps there was 20 guys out here doing this, but twos, you got to start somewhere, right? And I really do think that's we have some some great pieces we've got to build on, and that makes a coach happy when you see that going into the break.
Coach Hills, best of luck Tuesday in your first conference game against Greensboro College. Enjoy the Thanksgiving break, and we'll see you back here inside the Ferrum on Tuesday.
Absolutely, Graham. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you. That was head coach of your Pacer men's basketball team, Claude Schill, joining us on the Pacer postgame show following his team's 87-54 loss. The Pacers now dropping 1-3 overall for the season. Yeah, Coach Schill said it best, and I appreciate him saying how he did not chew into the team, who remained calm, because this team knows how much a game like this hurt, playing in front of your home audience, and you definitely don't want to go into a holiday break with a loss like that, but all you can do is get better, and the Pacers have a good chance to get back on the winning side of things and also start off the conference play, like Coach Shields says, is another season itself on the right track. Looking around the USA South scoreboard real quick, Chattanooga defeat curb stomp Covenant by a final score of 100-39. Washington and Lee defeated Southern Virginia in a barn burner, or Southern Virginia defeated Washington and Lee in a barn burner. The final score 79-78. Guilford College beat Averett 74-61. The Cougars still looking for their final win. West Alabama defeated LaGrange 91-41. Barra defeated Boyce by a final score of 81-72. And in overtime, East Mennonite came away with a 2-point victory over Mary Barwin. Special thanks to members of our WPU volleyball and swim team for being camera operators and overlay operators for our live stream, and stat arm coverage, our administration staff for their continued support of all things WPU athletics. Director Tom Curl, head coach of WPU men's basketball, and Deputy Director of Athletics Claude Shields, Assistant Coach Jamal Stokes, who serves as our Coordinator of Athletic Operations and Intramurals, our Assistant Athletic Director and Volleyball Head Coach Nicole Behringer, and our Faculty Athletic Representative Dr. Carolyn Nye for producing this, or for their continued support of all things WPU athletics. For producing this broadcast, we want to thank our halftime guest, Director of Athletic Communications Ozzie Peralta, and our Assistant Director Shelby Lombardo. Fans, we'll be back in action next Tuesday as the Pacers start off the USA South Conference play, where they'll host the Greensboro College Pride. Tip-off for that one scheduled for 7 o'clock. Pacer pregame show begins at 6:45. From all of us here at WPU Athletics, happy Thanksgiving. Don't listen to your nutritionist. Eat as much as you want, and we'll see you back here inside the Herm following the break. Once again, our final score from the Herm: Pacers fall to the Ferrum College Panthers by a final score of 87-54. Thank you for joining us with coverage of both your WPU men's and women's basketball team, presented by the Athletic Communications Department of WPU. Once again, I'm Graham Hill, signing off on the Pacer Sports Network.